Good morning. I'm audible, I'm visible. No, Shruti, that is enough. That is enough. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you. So we'll start in the next 1 to 2 minutes. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I know only practice will make it better. Grammatical mistakes can only be made better with practice. Good morning, good morning. So the agenda for today is social justice reform movement. I've already told you how to approach this basic, what we call as unit. So social justice reform movement and tomorrow, which is tribal and peasant. I have told you already that these two are extremely descriptive modules. Descriptive modules. Very good, Amrit. Perfect. So because they are descriptive modules, there's a lot of facts, names, dates which will be there. But the way to approach this whole section is not to actually learn each and every fact, name, or date. Rather, the best way possible to approach social justice reform movement is via tables, which is that you have to condense whatever is given in the PPTs into tables, wherein you can just create a small repository and thereafter you don't have to come to the PPT again. So for example, in tribal, I've made already for tribal, peasant and social justice reform movement. I'll show you how to do it so that you know the way to make the tables itself. So I'll do it for one section, thereafter you can automatically follow up with that. But the basic point of the matter is social religious reform movement and tribal peasant along with expansion are considered three very descriptive, extremely long sections. And one thing should be very clear with regards to social justice reform and tribal peasant, which is tomorrow, there is no end. What do I mean by that? That I have done, for example, 10 reformists with you, 11 revivalists with you. Still, there are close to 50, 60 left. But the point is, doing the obscure ones and adding to your fact list makes no sense. So we do the ones which are the most important and generally have repercussion on the larger story vis-a-vis your journey. If there is an obscure one, we will use this residual information to get to the answer. So therefore, please don't get caught up in these two modules, because out of these two modules in the past, as I will show you, only 2 to 3 questions have come maximum in last 10 years, and in mains only one question. Because if you will not do that, a lot of students start to judge their performance or judge their basic understanding vis-a-vis these modules. So these are modules in which you will always keep on chasing. So the basic disclaimer before we start for today is that you don't have to judge your preparation or modern India through these two modules. As it is, you just have to sit there and listen to me and take away whatever I'm telling you to take away. Because as I said, when we talk about, for example, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, when we talk about, for example, you have different personalities, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar and all, there is a lot of, Ashish, though you will not have any problem, the basic point of the matter is you don't take this representative of modern India. This is just two modules wherein you have to just take the pain and move on. because it is painful, because it will become after a point this organization, that organization, this organization, that organization. So we have to just be very simply be clear of how we approach it. How do you approach it? You have seen previously and you will see later that there's much more to modern India than just facts and dates. So if you agree to this and everybody is ready, we can start our journey. Yes? Great. Perfect. Now, the first point which needs to be reminded to you is that what we've done in the previous week. So we understood the context in which social justice reform movement happened. We discussed how there's a role of the British in early intervention, infanticide, sati, and slavery. But we also saw that the intervention of the British was very lukewarm, very cautious, because they did not want to, in a way, play with the social so much, because they had a fear of resistance. But as I told you, that because they showed us a mirror which had a very horrific picture of the status of women, generally of depressed classes, and even different communities, it became very clear that there was a need for intervention. There was a need for intervention, and the intervention therefore will come from the educated elites, the middle class intelligentsia, which is going to now become the spearhead of this movement. So therefore, when we talk about social justice reform movement, there were two parts. One is called legislative reform, which we already covered. What did the British do on themselves or in themselves? Rather, now we are moving towards the core social justice reform movement, which is how did we respond? Because we were shown a very bad image wherein civilizational superiority was given to the British, because our women were burnt alive on the funerary pyre of the husband. We were shown the concept of child marriage, the concept of no widow remarriage. So across the board, there was a very dangerous picture which came through, and therefore, the British were not ready to play with each and every area. Rather, we had to take it up in ourselves, and that is where our story starts today, wherein the British have already created a certain image, and the image is that your civilization is degenerated, your civilization is barbaric, your civilization is savage based. It is not a developed civilization, because your women are extremely ostracized. Over and above that, they are exploited, they have no rights. This that standard. It's not that the British Victorian society is any better, but the problem was that we had so many social evils that nobody knew how to actually approach it. So therefore, there will be two responses to this whole concept, what we call together as socio-religious reform. But there are two words which you need to understand before we go to the main area. One is called reformist and the other one is called revivalists. There are two responses which came in every religion. Every religion, be it Hinduism, be it Islam, be it Parsi, be it Sikhs. All four religions showed the concept of reformism and revivalism. Now, first we need to understand what do these two words mean. Reformists, revivalists. Now, everyone's comfortable? Can we start our discussion? Now, from here on out, it becomes important, because if you understand this concept, there will be no issue. Okay. Now, who is a reformist and who is a revivalist? Now, this is a very basic approach. Both of them want change. Both of them want to remove caste system, want to what is called widow remarriage should happen, child marriage should stop. Both of them challenge the basic institutions or the pundits itself. So both of them want the same thing, be it a reformist or a revivalist. But their paths are different. And the path difference is based on how do they approach that religion. So I'll first tell you what it means, then I'll give you an example, and then again we'll write it down in the PPT. First is a reformist. A reformist believes that all social evils in India are basically intrinsic, meaning it is a part of, intrinsic to the religion itself, and therefore there's a need to reform the religion and move on. So the word is intrinsic, means that sati, caste, varna, child marriage, widow remarriage, not allowing widow remarriage, is part of Hinduism itself, and therefore we need to take this part out, reform the religion, and move on. On the other hand, a revivalist will say the other way around. The revivalists argue that all social evils are innovations and later additions and distortions to the original form of religion, and therefore the religion should be revived to its original form. So here it is saying that the religion was perfect. The religion was perfect. Social evil means any form of discrimination, dowry, this, that. Simple point is, reformists say it is a part of religion. Revivalists say that it is not part of the religion, but rather they are later addition and distortions, meaning that religion starts to go on, or a religion rather starts to evolve, and there are new things which are added to a religion. So the new religion which is there is having this social evil. We need to remove that and go back to the original. So the concept is that both are talking about social evils, but one says that the social evils are intrinsic to the reformist, intrinsic to the religion itself, whilst the revivalist would say that it is not intrinsic to the religion, it is rather something which came later into the religion itself. Now, if these words make 5-10% sense, 50% sense, then I'll give you an example, of very standard example, and you will totally understand it. An example which you will associate yourself with very well. Are you getting my point? 100%, 5%, 10%. Anything till this point makes sense. Intrinsic and in a way a later innovation. Now I'll give you a very simple example of this. Very simple example. And you will automatically never forget what is reformist and revivalist. Now please pay attention. There's a candidate. There's a UPSC candidate. So he's not scoring well in the mocks or in the exam generally. So he or she comes to me and says, "Sir, I want to clear this examination." I said, "Perfect. But I'm not getting marks." I was like, "Okay." I said, "Then what is the issue?" So that student says that the problem is that my approach is not correct and my method of learning is problematic. Therefore, I will reform and change my approach, removing the weaknesses, and move on to a better approach. Who am I talking about? A reformist or revivalist? A reformist. Because that candidate is very simply saying that I think there is a problem within me itself and my approach is problematic, and therefore I will reform my approach, remove these evils or these weaknesses, and therefore I will move on to be a better candidate. Now you all can understand reformist? Very good. Now listen to a student who is a revivalist and how things change. Now an aspirant comes and says to me that I'm not getting marks. I was like, okay. I was like, what is the issue? So a revivalist will say, that candidate said to me, "Sir, the problem is that I am perfect. I am perfect. The problem is you. Because all my teachers have been useless throughout my whole journey. My original poem was perfect, but all these teachers have added distortions to my method. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unlearn everything, remove all forms of innovations or what you taught me, and I will go back to the original form of learning which I used to do, therefore changing my approach. So a reformist says that the issue is intrinsic. A revivalist says that the issue is extrinsic, that it is not me, it is you. And the most important concept is, in a way, a reformist is forward looking, backward looking. Reformist is forward looking. That he or she says, I have a problem, I will look forward to something. And therefore, a revivalist automatically becomes what? A literally backward looking concept, that I will go to the past and get my original form itself. Now it makes sense. How is a reformist different from a revivalist? Make sense? Okay. Now, some of you will say that a reformist is better than a revivalist. A revivalist is better than a reformist. The point is, neither are good or bad. We are not here to judge. That is not our task. But both are the same part of the same coin, but different sides. Both want change. It's about how they want that change. So a reformist would say that Hinduism is intrinsically having problems. Let's reform Hinduism and move forward. And a revivalist on the other hand will say that let us go back to the original form of Hinduism, which never had any distortions or social evils itself. If this makes sense, I'll write it down and we can then go into the reformists first. Revivalists would say social evils are additions. Yes, very good. Go back to the Vedas. That is the concept of revivalists. Very good. Okay. So, firstly, never say that which is better or worse. Don't do that. Both are important. Both are intrinsically important. Both are generally important for history. Okay. Let's write the definitional aspect. Reformists, they believe that the social evils in society are intrinsic to the religion itself, and there is a need to reform the religion and move forward. Example, Brahmo Samaj, Pratna Samaj, Young Bengal movement, Aligarh movement. Now, nobody is asking you who is better or worse in an interview. Both are important. Say that in the interview. Now, second is, here the keywords being intrinsic, reform, revivalist. They believe that the social evils of the Indian society are not part of the original religion but were later additions. I will tell you what are Pratna Samaj and all. Later additions and distortions to the religion. Therefore, there is a need to revive. There is a need to revive the original form of religion. Example would be Arya Samaj, for example, Deoband, etc. So reformist revival is clear? Right. So here social evils not part of the original religion, later additions and distortions. There's a need, okay. Need to revive the original form of religion. Revivalist sound more appropriate, reformist sound more appropriate. That is totally your call. The point is, both want change. Both have the same goal. Goal is the same, but the path is different, which is social reform. So you can say whatever you want to say. That is your opinion. For me, neither are important, neither are useless. Both are equally important. So Indian society, Indian culture needed both. Simple. I will explain the examples. That is the whole point of this class. First, tell me if reform and revivalist mean same. The meaning is clear or not. It says this is therefore. Standard sign of therefore. Okay. What is written up? Yes, that is therefore. Vivek, don't bring Gandhi and Bose into this. That is socialism based. Okay. See, listen to me. Yes, Vamina, listen to me. Don't worry about these examples. That's what I have to teach you. First, worry about what am I actually teaching you. First is I'm extremely clear what is the concept here. We don't have to judge. That is not our job. Reformist and refined. And see, at times, Brahmo Samaj is going to sound like a reformist, a revivalist. And at times, Arya Samaj is going to sound like a revivalist and a reformist both. So don't worry about that. There is a lot of intersection. But we generally divide it into two. Reformist, social evil intrinsic, have to change it. Have to change it. This is the call. We have to change the religion. Therefore, move on. Revivalists say we don't have to change the religion. We have to go back to the original religion. That is it. Vis-a-vis means compared to, in compared to. Can I move to now the reformists? Are we clear with regards to what is the definitional aspect of reformist and revivalist? Nobody is asking you the definition, but I'm still giving you the definition. Okay. Now, the first discussion we will have is the reformists. So we will do first Hindu reform, then we'll do Hindu revivalists, then we'll move to Parsi, then to Muslim, and then to Sikh. So as I told you, it's a long journey. Same two aspects are going to be there in each. Reformist, revivalist, reformist, revivalist, reformist, revivalist, all will see this form of concept itself. So the heaviest of all of them is Hindu reformist. Thereafter, revivalist, Parsi is only one organization. Muslim, there is one organization for revivalism, three organizations for reformism. Rather, one organization for reformism, three organizations for revivalism. Sikhism, again, three organizations total. So, where you really need to have some patience is here. So, what I want from you is very simply, now what you're going to do is you're going to just sit back, listen to me, and I'll show you how to arrange this data in a certain way. If you understand the method of arranging the data, then there will be no problem further. Because it's not about learning it here, rather it's about consolidating it and basically making it into readable and learnable data. So if everybody is ready, we can start our journey vis-a-vis reformism. Okay. Now let's talk about reforms. And the first person who comes to mind as a reformist is Raja Ram Mohan Roy. RRMR, not RRR, RRMR. Now Raja Ram Mohan Roy is considered an important personality vis-a-vis. I'll make the table in front of you. Don't worry about that. I will make one table, other tables you will make yourself. So Raja Ram Mohan Roy, he is that one personality who's considered very, very significant and is actually called the father of Indian Renaissance. Now, where does this word Renaissance come from? So this word Renaissance actually is related to something in European history, which I will discuss with you when I teach you world history. It's called resurgence, concept of rebirth. And we'll discuss Renaissance in the context of basically the American Revolution, first chapter itself. When we'll reach there, we'll talk about it. But basically, Renaissance, rebirth, it's about the concept of Indians taking control of their own fate and also trying to reform their own society. So the word comes from the European context, but we use the term Indian Renaissance vis-a-vis this Indian rebirth, this reapproach, a new approach which the middle class educated elites came up with, and that is basically embodied, or that first personality is Raja Ram Mohan Roy in himself. See, Raja Ram Mohan Roy comes from a very, very good family that way. Vis-a-vis other reformists, we will say, is actually from a very good family and had a very good understanding of at least 5 to 6 languages. People argue close to 12 to 13 in that regard. So he could read Hebrew, he could read Persian, he could read Hindi, and understand even Sanskrit. Along with that, he had a workable understanding of English. So his journey rather is interesting because Raja Ram Mohan Roy comes from a very good family, was related to the Nawabs of Bengal itself, his father. And thereafter, he also joined the British East India Company as a scribe. A scribe is basically a person who writes down. So he used to listen to all the English and different translations and used to write it down for the British itself. However, very quickly Raja Ram Mohan Roy realized that the British purpose in India is quite different, and therefore he left the job of the scribe in the East India Company itself. And thereafter, his major contribution has always been to go after a very, very brutal and unjustifiable act which was happening in India, which is sati, wherein he was able to convince the British that reforming sati or banning sati will not be something which will give you a response from the society. Therefore, he proved to them that it was okay to do it. And therefore, Raja Ram Mohan Roy's major contribution is to technically push Bentic to to get to get Sati banned. However, there are certain organizations also which Raja Ram Mohan Roy started himself, and therefore, these organizations are important for us generally. So, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, again, nothing needs to be learned in this slide. Just listen to his basic biography. 1772, born in Hooghly in Bengal. His father followed Sri Chaitanya, a very important bhakti saint. Mother was a worshipper of female divine power, Shakti generally. Comes from an elite Persianized Hindu family because they were linked to the Nawabs itself. Therefore, Persianized Hindu family. Knew Sanskrit, Arabic, English, French, Latin, Greek, Hebrew. Worked first as a private banker, then in the East India Company for 9 years. Thereafter, understood the concept of colonial exploitation. Last years is going to be that in 1830 he will leave for England, and in 1833 he will actually die in England itself, and his organizations will fade away thereafter. When we say Bengal, it means both Bengals. Stop putting in modern concepts. When I will say West Bengal, I will tell you that there's no West Bengal as of right now. So, okay. Now, when we talk about the organizations, see, his orientation was very, very clear. His orientation was very, very clear that he believed that there was a need to go forward vis-a-vis taking Western education, Western ideas in a way into their own stride of Hinduism. But the problem with how he actually thought about reform is he's technically just sitting on both the fences, wherein sometimes he will sound like a revivalist, sometimes he will sound like a reformist. That is the problem, because he will talk about going forward, but then he will say, let's discuss the Vedas and Upanishads, two very important textual traditions in India and one of the most important bases of Hinduistic religion. He will say, let's go forward by going backward. Now, this is the problem. This is the problem that at times his organizations, Brahmoism as it is called, was very, very problematic in putting it properly in reformist or revivalist. But generally, he is a reformist and considered a reformist because he says that we need to substitute the texts which these priests are using for knowledge. He now started to translate the Vedas and the 5 major Upanishads into Bengali and English so everybody could read it. He will attack the caste system. He will also reject the fact that missionaries and Christianity was better. So the missionaries used to claim that Christianity is better, therefore everybody should move towards Christianity. But he used to say, no, Christianity is not better. It's just about our own religion changing. So he will even help David Hare in setting up the Hindu college. His basic understanding revolved around the concept of the different amalgamations of different ideas itself, wherein you have monoism, the concept of one God, not multiple gods, the concept of having a formless God, which comes out of Islam itself. The way meditation was very important, which is something which Sufism is related to. We'll talk about Sufi when we'll talk about medieval. He talked about also the commandments and the vows which Christianity talks about, that we need to not steal, we need to not be dishonest. These are things which he could take from there. So he's actually mixing it up. He's actually mixing it up. So he would be a reformist if he's banning sati. He will be a reformist only, na? The basic point of the matter is that the simple point is his ideas are an amalgamation of multiple things, and therefore his idea manifested itself in different ways. So he had multiple literary contributions also. He used to write quite a lot. So first would be the Mufatul Movardin, which analyze religions in different context of reason. Then he has a gift to the monotheist, a book in 1809. Then first bilingual Brahmanical magazine, and the Sambad Kaumudi in Bengali Weekly, a pro-reformist basic magazine he started. So now what do you know do with this information? What you do with this information is you just remember 1, 2, 3. Don't worry about the year. I'll tell you what to do with it once this section is over, because even this is not needed for your basic preparation. Now, he will throughout his life support different organizations which actually wanted reform. So from the Hindu College by David Hare, from the Anglo-Hindu School in 1822, from the Vedanta College in 1825, which introduced even Voltaire's philosophy, which is basically French philosophy. And he will also help Alexander Duff establish the Scottish Church College. So he will be significant even before leaving to England. He will significantly contribute. But the most important conversation we need to have are the organizations which he started. So now I've given you a set of information. This is going to be the standard protocol. There will be a set of information. I've given you the biography of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. I've given you the basic contributions. That is a secondary issue altogether. What I'm going to discuss with you now is what actually is the core of Raja Ram Mohan Roy's contribution, which is Atmiya Samaj, Brahmo Samaj. So the simple point is, can we now move to what really matters? As I said, I will give you the table. As I go, I will construct the table in front of you to what to do with that information. Okay. Now, the first organization which Raja Ram Mohan Roy started is called Atmiya Sabha. It's called Atmiya Sabha. Under Atmiya Sabha, the basic concept was that it was not an institutionalized way of meeting, but the concept was that Atmiya Sabha means friendship society in a way, that we spread friendship in that regard. Now, Atmiya Sabha, therefore, did not have a formal organization, did not have a formal membership. It used to happen in the house of Raja Ram Mohan Roy itself. They used to read the Upanishads and Vedas. They used to talk about how Indian society had got degenerated, but it was never a fully institutionalized form. It was never something related to a fully institutionalized form. It was just a very informal organization which used to meet at Raja Ram Mohan Roy's home. However, before he died, he actually institutionalized this whole concept into what is called the Brahmo Samaj or the Brahmo Samaj. This was based in Bengal, and the Brahmo Samaj was based on basic ideas of what we call as the criticism of caste system, the concept of monoism or monotheism was argued that there should be one formless God. Thereafter, they were talking about the Upanishads and the Vedas as the real source of knowledge. Then they also said that child marriage is problematic. And you will see most of them are talking about the same thing. The simple point is that they all are talking about the same basic ballpark: caste system, monoism, child marriage, widow remarriage, but not widow remarriage, Brahmoism, not directly related to it. And when Brahmo Samaj will become more and more popular, there will be two very important personalities who will get associated with it. The first personality who will get associated with is monoism means one God. The first personality, Atmiya Sabha, is an first. Listen to me. Atmiya Sabha is an informal organization which he started vis-a-vis thinking about the new concepts of religious reform. Did not have a formal body, did not have a formal organization or formal building also. Thereafter, he formalized it, the Atmiya Sabha, by disbanding it and then producing the Brahmo Samaj, operated in Bengal, talked about the criticism of caste system, Vedas, Upanishads being the most important concept itself. Child marriage is problematic. What is they argued? Now, the Brahmo Samaj, however, will attract a lot of important personalities of Bengal. And the two most important for us will be Rabindranath Tagore's father, Devendra Nath Tagore, and one personality called Keshab Chandra Sen, or what we call him as KC Sen. KC Sen. Now, once Raja Ram Mohan Roy, who is the founder, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, once Raja Ram Mohan Roy will die, it will be Devendranath Tagore who will take the organization forward, and he will become the Acharya in that regard. But the problem of Devendranath Tagore is that as much as he is very, very committed to reform, he had a conservative streak. He had a conservative streak that he did not want to change too much. And this is one of the problems in the early reform period, that his concept was to counter the missionaries, but intercaste marriages and very major radical reform is something which he could not have thought about or could have internalized. So when Debendranath Tagore will take KC Sen, Kesab Chandra Sen, into the Brahmo Samaj, it will be KC Sen who will bring in a lot of what we call as energy into the Brahmo Samaj, and his followers will start to give up the sacred thread, the Geneva as it is called. They will start to propagate intercaste marriages. And the more KC Sen became stronger and they started to expand into the Bangladesh, or what we call the Eastern Bengal sector, the more Debendranath Tagore became uncomfortable with this concept. That yes, we can talk about reform, but we can't just give up everything. So Debendranath Tagore and KC Sen for a long time are going to have a tussle within the Brahmo Samaj after the death of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. And whilst conservatism was embodied by Debendranath Tagore and generally the Brahmo Samaj, KC Sen became more and more and more what we call as the concept of radical, and he wanted to go for widow remarriage, child marriage should be removed. He was extremely radical in that sense. And therefore, that is why what is going to happen is that based on their contradiction, Debendranath Tagore is going to expel KC Sen, and the Brahmo Samaj will split. Remember, the Brahmo Samaj is the only one which is this complex. Thereafter, it's very easy. And it will split up into two. One is called Brahmo Samaj of India, and the other one is called Adi Brahmo Samaj. This one was the KC Sen faction, and this one was Debendranath Tagore faction. Whilst the Brahmo Samaj of India will keep on going on, Adi Brahmo Samaj will become extremely conservative. And therefore, what is going to happen is, over a period of time, it will become redundant. When Debendranath Tagore will die, Adi Brahmo Samaj will die with him. However, KC Sen's faction is going to go forward. KC Sen is going to become even more popular, and his followers will start to even call him an avatar, wherein he was an avatar of God itself. And there, basically, the Brahmo concept was starting to waver itself. But the major contradiction within the Brahmo Samaj of India will come in when K.C. Sen will turn out to be a hypocrite himself. Because K.C. Sen talked about no child marriage, no child marriage, no child marriage. And he himself will marry his minor daughter to the Raja of Kuch Bihar. And then people will say that this is extremely problematic. And therefore, the Brahmo Samaj of India will then again split up. And that is the last split in that regard. The Brahmo Samaj of India will remain as K.C. Sen's faction and will become redundant later. But what will remain and until today survives is called the Sadharan Brahmo Samaj. Anand Mohan Bose being the first personality to be resourced, was the president of the Sadharan Brahmo Samaj. But this is basically the story of Atmiya Sabha to Brahmo Samaj to the concept of these two personalities and how K.C. Sen turning out to be a hypocrite. The simple point of the matter is, you will say, sir, where are the details? Where are the dates? What is this? What is that? The simple point of the matter is, you don't have to delve into that first. If you can first create a basic chain, what I've created in front of you, Atmiya to Brahmo, Brahmo to Brahmo Samaj of India and Adi Brahmo Samaj, and then Brahmo Samaj of India into Sadharan Brahmo Samaj, then half of the work is already done. Thereafter, what we do with that information is separately different issue. I will show you what to do with the information which is there in the PPT. But can you just really basically follow the standard story which I've told you? Atmiya Sabha informal, Brahmo Samaj formal. Two people get associated, Debendranath Tagore and Keshav Chandra Sen. Debendranath Tagore had his own organization called the Tattva Bodhini Sabha that is going to be disbanded. He turned out to be conservative. K.C. Sen, brought by him only, turned out to be radical. Start to split Brahmo Samaj of India, Adi Brahmo Samaj, and thereafter the concept of Sadharan Brahmo Samaj. Founder of Atmiya Sabha is also Raja Ram Mohan Rai. Founder of Brahmo Samaj is also Raja Ram Mohan Rai. The simple point is, Brahmoism is related to Raja Ram Mohan Rai. If this makes sense, I'll read out from the PPT and then I'll start to make that table which I've been telling you how to do it. Yes? Okay, perfect. So let's talk about the Atmiya Sabha. Atmiya Sabha founded in 1815. So again, don't get caught up in anything. Anybody who wanted to know the further details, here are the further details. Pay attention now. So 1815, Atmiya Sabha is going to be formed. It is called the Friendly Association. First attempt to establish an organization base, but will not happen. Private informal society functioned at its residence. They used to recite Hindu scriptures, sang different hymns or shloks rather, and thought about religion and social issues in that regard. Dwarkanath Tagore, the father of Debendranath Tagore, and other important personalities who were related to this Sabha were all very towering figures later. Dwarkanath Tagore, P.C. Tagore, you have Brindaban Mitra, Nand Kishore Bose, basically important personalities, but you don't have to learn them. Thereafter, promoted free and collective thinking, but it will cease to meet after 1819. For 4 years, they will meet, and thereafter, they will not meet again. So, Atmiya Sabha starts, and then no, Atmiya Sabha is different, Brahmo Samaj is different. Atmiya Sabha starts, and then it becomes what we call as redundant after 4 years. Don't have to learn the years, but I'm giving it to you. Don't have to do that in any way or form. Thereafter, cease to exist, meaning they did not meet after a point. Thereafter comes Brahmo Samaj. So 1819 it will end, and for the next 9 years he will not do anything. And then he will organize on 20th August 1828 what we call as Brahmo Samaj, and therein the institutionalized form of his idea is going to come out. Attendees were mostly Bengali Brahmins. Till 1830, no proper formal organization membership or creed. However, from January of 1830, it started to have its own building and a proper institutionalized Samaj came in, what is called the Brahmo Samaj. Now, as I said, the concept of Brahmo Samaj is very easy. First is called the Nirgun Sapna. Nirgun, what does Nirgun mean? Nirgun. See, gun means what? Quality. And there's sa and there's nir. Sa means yes, nir means no. So, nir means no quality or no form. So, their concept was that there's a dream, there's a sapna called Nirgun Sapna, wherein our God is going to be one God, formless God. So therefore, the concept of divine avatars, the avatars of Vishnu, were all discarded. They wanted to purify Hinduism. Now, this is the problem, that though they're talking about reform, it's also talking about purification, which sounds like a revivalist in that regard. And the two basic pillars are Vedas and Upanishads, which become the most important two pillars of the Brahmo Samaj. Now, there will be multiple personalities who will be related to the Samaj. I don't care about them. I only care about Debendranath Tagore because he had his own society called the Tattvabodhini Sabha in 1839. He had his own Patrika also, Tattvabodhini Patrika. However, once he will become the part of the Brahmo Samaj, he will disband the Tattvabodhini Sabha. And after Roy's death, he will become the head of the Brahmo Samaj. And now he will introduce a dangerous concept, which is that the Vedic scriptures were infallible. Infallible means that they are unquestionable. And herein comes the conservative streak of Tagore, that he actually did not want to question the larger concept of religion here. He said that we will go after the argument that Hinduism is problematic, but for us Vedas are unquestionable, which in itself become problematic because the problems are not in the interpretation but in the text also. So the simple point of the matter is that Debendranath Tagore will bring in an inherent conservatism. However, what is going to happen is that he will then associate, so he will talk about widow remarriage, abolition of polygamy, meaning men have multiple multiple wives, women's education was talked about, superstition and practices and rituals were denounced. However, once K.C. Sen will get associated in 1860, he had his own Sangat Sabha, which used to meet weekly within the Brahmo Samaj, and his disciples will turn out to be extremely radical. What do I mean by radical is that they will start to reject Hinduism itself, because Brahmo Samaj was not about rejecting Hinduism, it was about reforming Hinduism. They will start to abandon the sacred thread, the concept of caste itself, and there will be two major moments in which in 1862 his followers will celebrate an intercaste marriage. And once the intercaste marriage, which was also a remarriage, widow remarriage was done, now Tagore is going to become extremely uncomfortable with K.C. Sen. And therefore, the first split will happen in 1865 into Brahmo Samaj of India and Adi Brahmo Samaj. The Samaj under Tagore's residence will go on, but later it will more or less become defunct. And K.C. Sen's faction is going to go on as a radical organization. But later, the Samaj will keep on expanding into the eastern sector. There will be also a lot of organizations, small offices of the Samaj, which will come in the Gangetic Valley. However, now K.C. Sen starts to drift towards conservatism, and he will start to even argue that he's an avatar of God and propose that women should not be allowed into the Sabha itself. So he is also now losing his way. And as soon as K.C. Sen will marry his own minor daughter to the Raja Kuch of Bihar in 1878, the last split will happen, which is called Sadharan Brahmo Samaj, and therefore the Brahmo Samaj of India will fade away, and what will survive is the Sadharan Brahmo Samaj, which till today works for the betterment of people. There are ashrams which are there. It will expand to South India, even England and America it will have. And basically, these branches are mostly concentrated in Bengal, but they continue to do welfare activities generally for the people. Now, the million dollar question is what to do with this information. I hope basic idea is clear, because then I'll tell you what to do with this information, because there's a lot in that regard. As I told you, take the pain, let's move and cover these two modules quickly, because there's nothing here, just fact, fact, fact after fact. Okay. Now, how do you make this information better for yourself? How you can grasp it better in that regard? So what you have to do is very simply, you have to make a table, and that table is going to have three basic columns. Three basic columns. First, organization, then founder and personality, and then features. So here, what will we do? We'll write Atmiya Sabha, Brahmo Samaj, Brahmo Samaj of India, Adhi Brahmo Samaj, Sadharan Brahmo Samaj. Thereafter, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, K.C. Sen, Devendra Nath Tagore, Anand Mohan Bose. Then features: informal, worked for 4 years, read scriptures, monotheism, Nirgun Sapna, not intercaste but widow remarriage, child marriage, caste system. Too radical, intercaste marriages, rejecting Hinduism. Conservative, Vedas unquestionable. K.C. Sen marries his daughter to Raja Kuch Bihar. Split. You can add more if you want to, but are you getting my point? Whatever we've discussed in the past 1 hour, very simply, I'm not going to write in large words, because then it is going to go out of the PPT. That's not the point. I'm trying to tell you something, which is how to do or what to do with this information. This is not, I'm not going to do this for everything. I'm trying to show you what to do, because this is your role here. Because if you will make it yourself, you will read the PPT once and then you will write it down. And therefore, your first learning will happen as soon as you make the table. But I'm telling you how not to clutter. because if you add too much information in the boxes, then it is no point having the PPT or the box. So you don't have to complicate it. Why am I asking you to make this? And you, if you want, you can make it and send it to me over email also, that I would like to see what you're doing with that information. The simple point of the matter is that this is for revision. I will just see these 2-3 pages and then word is and job is done. I will not get caught up in any of these personalities, and I will not even get, in that regard, flustered by the data which has been given. If you want, you can add one more box. Actually, you can add one more box, and that could be, for example, Tattva Bodhini Sabha, Devendra Nath Tagore. Feature Tattva Bodhini Patrika. That's it. One more can be added. I think you are writing last one in case of Brahmo Samaj of India. See, I have written KC Sen marries daughter to Raja Kuch Bihar in Sadharan Brahmo Samaj because that is the reason why it came into being. So it's about how you write it. I obviously not, this is the basic split concept. This is the basic concept. But I need that information for the examination in a different form itself. So can we say that Brahmo Samaj is clear? Yes. So what you do is in your basic notes, make this basic table. See, newspaper and books, Aarti, I already have tables for you. Don't worry about that. Newspaper and books of reformers, everything I have already done it. That is the last module. Don't worry. Where I know that you will take time, 8 hours, 9 hours, I will not do it. Here I want you to go through the information, because by compelling you to do it, you will learn it once for sure. So the Samaj, the Brahmo Samaj section is done, and we can move on to the next personality. Okay. These are yes, Akshara, all types of Brahmo Samaj only. This is the only complicated part. Thereafter, only the table is very simple. Everything is very simple. Can I presume that Brahmo Samaj basic idea is clear? You need one revision, obviously, and that is going to happen by making that PPT, by that table itself. Okay. Now, the next important, what we call as reformist organization, are called the Young Bengal Movement. So my basic pattern is going to be like this. I'm going to give you the basic idea, then I'm going to do PPT, and then I'm going to make it the table. They're in 3 basic ways in which we do it. Once we see it, then we 2 times revise it. This is the way we are going to go about it. So, Young Bengal Movement was actually started by the students of a Portuguese named Henry Vivian de Rosio. Henry Vivian de Rosio was actually a teacher in the Hindu college itself. And his students were quite influenced by his teaching and his ideas about the concept of freedom and liberty. But because Henry Vivian de Rosio was extremely radical in the way that he was inspired by the French Revolution, which gave to the world 2-3 very important words such as freedom, liberty, and fraternity, his students will also start to ask for these things. His students will also start for these things, and therefore the Young Bengal Movement was a radical movement which talked about colonialism. It talked about colonialism. That how did India have a secondary position vis-a-vis the English? And this is a very important point you need to understand, that the young Bengal movement, what is, see, if a lot of you are asking me this concept, what is radical, what is conservative? The people who want very quick change and dismantling of society means radical. Conservative people are ones who don't want the society to change. They are in a way status quoist. They want everything to be the way it is, and radical people want things to change very quickly. So you can be a reformist, but you can be conservative. For example, Devendranath Tagore, that I want everything to change, but I'm not rejecting Hinduism. Radical movement means that they are going to technically dismantle the Hinduistic society. They are talking about totally new ways of talking about religion. So radical means that you want quick change, and that too very fundamental change. Why vis-a-vis conservatives who don't want change are very conservative in their approach vis-a-vis change itself. So as I said, Young Bengal movement, though it actually is a very popular movement vis-a-vis the students of De Rosio, the problem with the Young Bengal movement was that though it was talking about the right things, but it was talking about the right things in the wrong time. So in the 1830s and 40s, talking about the unequal relationship between the British and India was dangerous. And the basic downfall of this movement was based on this only, that people did not want to associate themselves with the Young Bengal movement because they were too radical for their time. Maybe the Young Bengal movement 100 years down the line in 1900, 1905 would have been very, very popular. But in the mid 19th century, it was very, very dangerous to talk about change, removing the British, equality, freedom. So though it was a very important organization vis-a-vis creating new questions, it was never fully subscribed or never fully supported by Bengal itself. So the conservative streak in Bengal itself never allowed it to become what it was. So in a way, yes, it was too ahead of its time, and that was the reason why it will not take off also generally. So when we talk about Henry Vivian de Rosio, teacher in the Hindu college, started the Young Bengal movement, had radical thoughts of liberty and freedom. He's also the one who is considered to have written the first nationalistic poems vis-a-vis modern India, how we talk about a new age, a new India in that regard. But his early demise is going to end the movement quickly. But his students will organize themselves under the Young Bengal movement. And the problem was that the questions which they were asking questioned the authority of the British presence in India. Now imagine in 1830-31, you are questioning the presence of the British in India. You would really think that the British would allow something like this to happen, or even people, if they subscribe to this understanding, would have actually survived or would have been actually alive. The point is, the British at this point of time are quite powerful, and in Bengal, they are already controlling everything. So to talk about equality, freedom, opposed customs, the concept of the unequal relationship between India and England was too radical a method that ways. So though they were taking Raja Ram Mohan Roy's basic way of political, social, economic questioning forward, it was too radical. So collectively, his students are called the Young Bengal movement, also called the Free Thinkers of Bengal. Different journals came up, don't have to worry about them. From the Pantheon to the Helpers to the Gyaneshwar, then after the Enquirer, Hindu Pioneer, Quill, Bengal Spectator, expressed their frustration against the unequal relationship between natives and Europeans. And they formed another society called the Society for Acquisition of General Knowledge in 1838. But as I said, their demise was basically their propaganda was too radical. Society was not ripe for it. lacked any patronage or support from educated middle class itself, failed to link up with the masses, and they were asking too many questions from the British itself. So De Rosier did not stop the Bengal movement, young Bengal. He will die. His students will take it forward. Nobody is going to subscribe. They all will say that British unequal, and thereafter they all also will die, and the movement is going to fade off. Generally, see, it's a very interesting movement, but too radical for its time. Generally, okay. So, what do you take out of this? What do you take out of this? People can't revolt. Not that radical to revolt right now. For revolution, you need more support. Was there any support? No. Upper middle class actually stayed away only. The educated Indians itself stayed away because they thought that we will be burnt alive by the British. Okay. It's fear, but it's also it's a belief in the British also. For a very long time, people believed in the British that they were doing something good, and that is going to be changed vis-a-vis economic nationalism. We'll talk about that because there's an intrinsic belief that these people have that the British will make India into England, and that will fade away by 1850, 57, not even 57, by 1860s. This idea was now going out of the picture. 100 years of existence, nothing happened really. Okay. Young Bengal movement, Henry Vivian De Rosio, freedom, equality, fraternity, questioned, unequal relationship. Too radical for their time. Three basic points gives you the basic idea itself. So again, 3 slides, I've made it into one box, and this should be enough to write any answer. This should be enough to write any answer, and I'll show you that. Basically, all of them agenda is the same. All of them will have the same agenda: widow remarriage, child marriage, caste system, challenging the concept of what we call as the institutionalized Pandit control. That's it. All of them will write the same. That is the beauty of this section. That if you know one, you can write all. You don't have to very specifically learn any for specifically any other. It's generic and it's common to everyone. Okay. Now, the next personality is Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Now, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, he is the pioneer of three very important things. First is widow remarriage. Second, he is known for education of girls, one of the pioneers in that regard. And thereafter, the third, which is the Sanskrit College, open education, and Bengali language. So today the primer Primer means the way a teacher learns the language to teach to the students. It's called the Bengali primer. Every language has a primer, how teachers learn it to teach it to the students. Bengali primer actually was written by Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Until today, Bengalis taught the way Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar actually taught it. Open education would mean basically education for non-Brahmin students. And generally, in Sanskrit college, he also argued one very important concept, which is that Sanskrit should not be a backward language. Therefore, he started to mix up Sanskrit with Western education. He said that we should be learning Western education, Western sciences via Sanskrit. Therefore, Sanskrit could also become better. As the inspector of schools, he built, or he rather opened, a lot of girls' schools, and a lot of them he used to actually pay out of his own pocket the salaries and the infrastructure cost. And he will also pioneer widow remarriage, therefore leading to that Widow Remarriage Act, which was going to come later. So the three basic things with which you have to associate it Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar with. So let's talk about Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Worked for emancipation of women. Emancipation means freedom of women. Promoted what is called girls' education and institutions for them. As inspector of schools, opened 35 girls' schools and ran it on his own expense. He will help Bethune in establishing what is called the Bethune School. Though he was not the founder, but first secretary. He will help Bethune in establishing one organization for higher education for women. He will campaign against polygamy, again multiple wives of one man, and his efforts will also help in passing what is called the Widow Remarriage Act of 1856. On the other hand, he will protest against child marriage. As a principal of Sanskrit college, he will open it for non-Brahmin students. He will say that Sanskrit should not go into isolation. We should study Western education through Sanskrit. Help in founding a college which is now named after him, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar College. And he was the one who devised the Bengali primer, which till today is used for the way we write Bengali. So the language, Bengali language, how it is taught in schools, how it is written today, all of it is because of Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. He created the basic structure in which Bengali is taught till today and understood by students across India. His basic ideology is what? Liberalism, modernity. He's a proper educationist, but again, the concept are standard. Orthodox, traditional, polygamy, kuleen, multiple wives. Thereafter, sati, child marriage, strongly opposed caste distinctions. So I hope you can realize one thing. All of them are talking about the same thing. Everybody is talking about the same thing. Nobody is radical. They have their own basic speciality, but all of them are talking about the same thing. Widow remarriage, child marriage, concept of caste system. Why am I telling you this? Because, for example, open education meaning education to non-Brahmins. Why am I saying this to you? Because, for example, in the exam, what happens is that you come across an organization. This is the mains examination. And you don't know a lot about it. But if you are going to write that it opposed polygamy, caste system, widow, these, that, standard things, there's a very good chance that 95% is going to hit in the exam. Because any organization at this point of time will be based on this basic idea itself. Wherein what I'm trying to tell you is that if you write one answer for one organization, it will be true for all of them. It will be 2 for all of them because all of them have the same emphasis itself. Getting my point? We have to be smart here that how do we use this information? Yes? Okay. Now, for a person like Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, you write dash here because there's no organization. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, girls' education, emancipation of women, Sanskrit College, Bengali primer, widow remarriage, and against caste system. Get my point? How, what to do with this information? Yes? You write in Sanskrit College, open education, whatever, the way you want it, no issues. Why was Bengal the place where all of these movements are arising? Because Bengal was where English education was spreading at the quickest. So the middle class intelligentsia was actually in Bengal, so that is why Bengal. Expand and enlarge the table. Akula, whose task is that to do? Expand and enlarge the table. I hope that you're not going to learn out of this table itself. I'm trying to show you something here. I'm not literally making a table for you. I'm telling you what to do with it. You have to make it yourself. Getting my point? Hello, come on. You have to make it yourself. I'm telling you what to do with it. Because I want you to do it. Wherever I don't want to do it, I've already made it. So I'm telling you what are the points you write down. What are the points you write down? Okay. Okay. Perfect. We should make the you should make the tables again. Make it in your own handwriting. Use as many colors as you want to. Just make sure that the basic points I am writing down, you write them down for sure. If you want, you can add more detail. That is as per your comfort level. Simple point is by end of today, in the night, it will take you 2 hours, 3 hours maximum. It will take only 1 hour. The more time it will take in making the boxes. Once the box is made, you have to look at it every day, one organization. This is how you learn social justice reform, tribal and peasant. Nobody can learn in one go. You have to learn it in systematic manner. Should we add? So you keep the 3 basic. Don't, if you want, you can add Shruti 1 column for books and newspaper, but all of them don't have it. All of them don't have it. No, don't write it on the laptop and on Word documents. Don't do it. You will give the answer in a laptop to the answer. To the examiner, you will give a typed answer. Start writing. Stop being this American who takes out his laptop and starts to type everything. A UPSC aspirant should have a basic idea and a very good practice of writing down. Can I move to Pratna Samaj? I hope you're getting the point of this discussion. Because without this, it will become extremely heavy to or very hard to manage generally. Okay. Now, the next organization is called Pratna Samaj. Now, Pratna Samaj basically is like Brahmo Samaj, but in Maharashtra. The table made by you is more than enough. You're asking me or telling me. Pratna Samaj. Why am I calling it? Why am I calling it basically Brahmo Samaj in Maharashtra? Because it was actually inspired by Brahmoism and Brahmo Samaj. And K.C. Sen actually even visited the two brothers, Dodabai Tardhankar and the most important, Atmaram Pandurang. These two brothers actually founded this organization. They were aligned with K.C. Sen and were parallel to Brahmo Samaj. But the Prarthana Samaj had very towering figures related to it. For example, Ramakrishna Gopal Bhandarkar, R.G. Bhandarkar, and he was one of those personalities who was a very celebrated Sanskrit scholar. Along with that, one more important personality, Narayan Chandavarkar. But the most important personality or very important person who was associated with a lot of things in the national movement, Justice M.G. Ranade. Mahadev Govind Ranade. Justice M.G. Ranade, one of the first judges coming out of an Indian judge coming out of Maharashtra. And once M.G. Ranade actually got associated with Prarthana Samaj became very, very popular, very, very popular. But there's a catch here. There's a catch here. And the catch here is that though they were talking about social reform, Prarthana Samaj will never become like Brahmo Samaj. And the reason why was that basically M.G. Ranade kept it under control. So the success of Prarthana Samaj and the destruction of the Brahmo Samaj should be actually understood vis-a-vis this concept that Brahmo Samaj rather became too radical and K.C. Sen took it into the ground. On the other hand, Prarthana Samaj, all of these personalities knew we can't be too radical at this point of time. So though they said that the Vedas are questionable, Vedas can be questioned, they never brought in this concept, we will destroy Hinduism. Intercaste marriages, no. No rejection of Hinduism. It was about keeping it very simple vis-a-vis the simple concept of Brahmo Samaj, wherein one God, formless God, the concept of social reform, widow remarriage, child marriage, but not about destroying religion. Monotheism means one God concept. So the beauty of Prarthana Samaj was that though it also believed in the same concepts such as monotheism, one God, the concept of socio-cultural reform, and they did not say that the Vedas were divine and non-questionable, and they actually took up from the Bhakti saints of Maharashtra sector such as Namdev and Tukaram. The aspect was that they maintained a distinction with the Brahmos of Bengal. How? Because M.G. Rande pointed out that it did not break with the past and seize all connections with the society. So they modernized, but they modernized within their own space of traditional understanding. So they never actually became too radical in that regard. So what to do with this information? We will just add it Prarthana Samaj MG Run, no, not first MG Ranade. Doba Atmaram Pandurang. Write F founder MG Ranade. You can write if you want. You can write R.G. Bhandarkar also if you, and Ranaraj Chandravarkar if you want to write. But MG Ranade most important. Okay. And what is going to be their major concept? Ideas of Brahmo Samaj in Maharashtra. Thereafter, did not break from traditional space, not too radical, monotheism, social reform, child marriage, standard things. Standard things, that is. Right? So by this point of time, you would have made sense of what I'm trying to do here. I'm just condensing the data. This is called condensation. Condensation of data. This is, if anybody has ever asked me this question, how to make notes, this is how you make notes. That if your notes are equally big as the PPT or book, then they are not notes. They're the book. So I've seen students 200-page book, notes 150 pages. What's the point? Condense. Condensation, as much as you can condense, that is better. Okay. Contributions in Western India of Pratma Samaj, improvement of women's position and depressed classes. R.G. Bhandarkar performed the marriage of his own widow daughter despite criticism. Condemned caste system, abolition of child marriage and infanticide, and educational opportunities for women. So it's all round the same thing, standard concept in that regard. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a break here because I have to discuss Swami Vivekanand, and thereafter there's nothing really left. Deva Samaj, and thereafter Indian, four organizations here, and then we'll go into reformism to revivalism. But before I give you a break here, I've already given you, because you all are at the maximum number at this point of time, three things I said in the beginning, and please have to pay attention to these three things. First, this is a module which is factual. There's no denying that. Second, is it heavy? Yes, it is heavy. No, nobody is denying that also. Third is the fact that the tables which I'm making is the only thing which you need to remember generally. Don't have to actually go anywhere else. Just keep it simple. Simple table facts. You can go from making these very bulky PPTs into 2 to 3 pages that you have to revise. And last but not the least is these two modules, this one today, reform movement, and tomorrow, tribal and peasant, are not representative of how modern India works. These are the only two modules which are like this, along with expansion, which is wars. Students do a major mistake, which is to get caught up in these modules. We will not try to do that. We'll keep it simple and we will be smart, learn what we need to learn, and move on. So I hope nobody is planning to do a thesis on any of these organizations, because you don't need to. Clear? Okay. So I'll leave you here, whatever you do with this information. There it is 7:35. We'll come back at 7:45. And very simply, don't panic. Just keep it simple. See you. Rahul, if the voice volume is low, you can increase it on your end. Okay. Perfect, Jack. Great. That's actually quite encouraging. Am I audible? I'm visible, right? I'm audible. How many questions on this part expansion? Anjali, expansion 0 have come. This part maximum 1 2. Maximum 1 2. Okay. Akula, you need to unmute. I have already unmuted. Okay. How many points to write in 10, 15 marker question? It's not about points. If you have to answer the question. It takes how many points? It's not about that. Madhur, I'm actually screaming. This is something new I've actually seen. That you can increase the volume at your side, right? I am screaming into this. So you want me to scream into the camera, but the camera is not the. It's here. I don't know. Can you speak up a little bit louder? I'm already screaming. So I don't know what you want. You have the button to increase the volume. We don't control the volume. You increase the volume. Volume is perfect. Some of you will start to go deaf if I start to scream more. And if you're still having an issue, just refresh or join again. It could be a technical issue rather than me being an issue. Okay. Okay, great. Everybody saying no issue. Some of you have it. That's a good suggestion by whom? Yes, Ambesh, good suggestion that you should just refresh once. Then I hope that you're not using Bluetooth headgear and all. Simple point is that if you're using simple headphones or the tablet or whatever device, if your speaker is not working, it's not this system, it's the speaker itself. Okay. I don't know. Yes, mostly revivalist conversations. That's a good way of saying. Ilmak, very good way of saying it. Okay. Gorli, now I will start to say at my level. I'm speaking low, so I'm low. Okay. So there are voice modulation, it's called. I speak low, then I can go up as much as you want. That's a separate issue altogether. Okay. So now we have to discuss Swami Vivekanand and what is called Ramakrishna Mission. Now, when we talk about Ramakrishna Mission, it's actually not named after Swami Vivekanand, but named after his teacher, Ramakrishna Paramhans. Now, there are two basic personalities here. Ramakrishna Paramhansa, and the other is Swami Vivekananda. Now, please listen to me the concept of Ramakrishna Mission and why Swami Vivekananda still remains one of the most important and generally considered the most relevant vis-a-vis our preparation. So, first and foremost point is Ramakrishna Paramhans was a very interesting personality vis-a-vis how he thought salvation or what is called moksha, or how can you get ritualistic merit, punya. And Ramakrishna Paramhans, who was a teacher of Swami Vivekananda, argued that the service to people is service to God. That the only way you can get God's attention and God's merit is via doing service to people. And it's a very relevant concept till today. He argues that if you and me have the competence to change the life of someone, and if we don't, then we should technically be reprimanded or we should be ashamed of ourselves. And this is a very interesting concept because till today, the Ramakrishna Mission and Swami Vivekananda argue about how service to people is service to God. And people tend to take money, put it into hundis, put it into temple, what we call as dan and dakshina. But we would not give that 10 rupee to the person who needs it, but rather to the priest who already has so much. The simple point of the matter is our priorities are misplaced. We as individuals, we as people don't want to help people. Rather, we would do something which helps us. So Ramakrishna Mission and Ramakrishna Paramhans Swami Vivekanand, the most relevant concept till today, which remains important for us as individuals, is that we need to help people, and we need to help people who are in need. You don't help people who are already having all the resources. Second is that Swami Vivekanand, his ideas are what are called Neo-Vedantic. Neo-Vedantic. Now, where does this word Vedanta comes, and what is Neo-Vedanta? So, see, there are different books in the Vedic corpus. So you have the concept of Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Sam Ved, Atharv Ved. Thereafter, there are other books also called Samhita, Aranyaka, Brahmana. But the last book of the whole Vedic corpus are the Upanishads. And the Upanishads are called Vedanta. Vedo ka ant Vedant. Ved ant Vedant. So it literally means the last book of Ved is Vedant. So Vedant or Vedantic philosophy is basically Upanishadic philosophy. And Neo means new. New Vedantic philosophy. Basically, his understanding was based on the Upanishads. But what Swami Vivekananda is also known for is the concept of universal brotherhood. That all religions are the same, all men are brothers, everybody is related to each other, and there is no point for fighting or conversions because all religions are the same. So the concept of fraternity, he starts to push into the concept of religious fraternity, that we all are the same. If somebody is converting from Hinduism to Christianity or Christianity to Hinduism, makes no sense. Wherein both are the same religions. According to him, everything was related and everybody was related. And that is why his very famous line, my brothers and sisters, when he went to the International Conference for Religion, he argued that everybody is my brother and sister, therefore we all are related in that way. So this is a very interesting way of understanding our religion, understanding religion itself. And what is more important is, at one point, Vivekananda seems like a reformist, but also sounds like a revivalist. And he tends to blur these lines because he also talks about going to our own newish, what we call as original form of Upanishadic thought, but also talks about Western education. So he has sometimes been interpreted as a revivalist, but a reformist, but we consider him as reformist generally because his agenda was not to go back to Vedas itself, but rather was to go forward using the Vedas, which is Neo-Vedantic philosophy. So what I've given you is, here are basic three concepts. Ramakrishna Paramhans, service to people is service to God. Second, Ramakrishna Mission, opened by Swami Vivekananda so as to take this concept forward. Swami Vivekananda himself, Neo-Vedantic philosophy and the concept of what we call as Vedant, which is Upanishadic philosophy, using it to go forward, universal brotherhood amongst religions, and the concept that there is no point fighting. And he said a very important line, that the only way India can survive and actually could survive was via friendship between the two major religions in India, which is Islam and Hinduism. And unfortunately, that is one line which nobody talks about Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda knew that the British were dividing us. Divide and rule was what they did. And he was very categorically saying that we need to stop that. However, people heard everything what he said, but they did not hear what he wanted to say vis-a-vis the universal brotherhood and the concept of religions coming together. So till today, unfortunately, that is the unfortunate truth, that till today, Swami Vivekananda's ideas related to universal brotherhood remain relevant because we still are ready to get divided as much as we can on different lines and different concepts itself. So, so when we talk about Ramakrishna Mission and Swami Vivekananda generally, we have to start with the concept of Ramakrishna Paramhans. Everybody is following me till this point? No issues? Yes. So a saintly person talked about ways of renunciation, meditation, devotion, bhakti. Renunciation is to give up. And he went into and realized that what is God via his understanding and interaction with different Sufis, different saints of Muslims, Muslim saints, Christian saints. He interacted with a lot of different saints out of different religions. And therefore, the basic conclusion he came to, he emphasized that there were many roads to God and salvation, and that the service of man, in a sense service of humans, was service of God, for man was the embodiment of God. Basically, we all have God inside us. Therefore, if we service a person, we help a person who is in need, we are servicing God in that regard. So long as the millions live in hunger and ignorance, I hold every man a traitor who, having been educated at their own expense, pays not least heed to them. Basically, he says every person is a traitor if he is educated and does not actually realize that people are dying of hunger, and therefore they need to give attention and also help the poor and the needy in that regard. Now, Swami Vivekanand Rami Vivekananda's relationship with Ramakrishna Paramhans is related to when he will lose his father. So, original name is Narendranath. Very successful lawyer his father was, very close to his father also. He's very well educated also, coming from English educated, the missions college of Calcutta itself. But once he lose his father, he will initially be the member of Sadharan Brahmo Samaj, but he will be drawn to Ramakrishna Paramhans. So he was looking for answers when he will lose his father. Therefore, Ramakrishna Paramhans will become a very important personality in supporting him and shaping his ideas itself. He will become an active leader after his death, after Ramakrishna Paramhansa's death in 1886. He will travel around in different areas and take the title of Swami Vivekanand at the suggestion of Raja of Khetri. He will say that you have so much understanding and you have so much intellect, so Swami Vivekanand. And therefore, he will spread this message of Neo Vedanta and Ramakrishna Paramhans in 1893 in what is called the Chicago Conference of World Conference on Religions. And he will stay there till 1897. When he will come back, he will establish the Ramakrishna Mission in itself. Now, what is the basic ideological outlook of Swami Vivekananda? And the Vivekananda Foundation till today in India operates and spreads his message. First is that he believed in action. He said that we think about too many things, but we don't act on it. So therefore, we need to believe that our actions have a major influence on how we live and what we can do in our life, and therefore you need to act. You need to act. Second, the fact is that all religions are one, oneness of all religions. Therefore, he said that there was no use of converting people because they all had the same goal. But the most important line which people till today forget is this, a line which everybody should remember. He said that the junction of the two greatest systems of Hinduism and Islam is the only hope for our motherland. Only when these two major great systems will come together, then only can India be saved. Unfortunately, nobody heard this. As much as he will condemn the caste system, emphasize that superstitions and ceremonies are useless, his major call for unity amongst religions was ignored, and that is why the British were able to do what they were able to do when they left India vis-a-vis the partition. And his basic ideas of liberty, equality, free thinking, he subscribed to Vedantic philosophy, but his own interpretation of Vedantic philosophy was Neo Vedanta, where he talked about service to people, work towards nationalism and Hinduism. And he said that we need to do pratana, which is prayer. We need to do the vyavhar should be correct, your behavior should be correct, and spirituality should be part of day-to-day life. The three basic principles of his, that you need to act in the right way, you should be spiritual, and you should also do prayer, wherein you try to harness that power in that regard. Now, once he will come back from the conference, he will thereafter establish on 1st May 1897 what is called the Ramakrishna Mission, which is in Bellur till today. In Bellur Mutt, the Ramakrishna Mission will be established as a monastery, and Vivekanand will become the first president, and Swami Brahmanand is going to become the first head of the monastery. Till today, the following things are actually embodied or are carried forward by this mission. First is ultimate goal is to realize God. Second is that Atma, which is a man's true self and source of happiness, can only be achieved. Basically, you can achieve the truth only by removing ignorance, which is the ignorance of other people's actions, by ignorance of other people's suffering. Yoga, harmony amongst religions, service to God through service of people. Very simple. Now comes the question, is he a reformist? Is he a reformist or is he a revivalist? What does it seem? Yes, the answer to this question is both. Wherein, at one point of time, he sounds like a reformist, wherein he's trying to talk about going forward. But he's also talking about a revivalist because within that, he's talking about prayer, Hindu rituals, and revival of Vedantic practices. But he's a reformist because he talks about modern education. He talks about brotherhood. He talks about reforming rituals. So if you will ever go to, for example, Bellur Mutt, if you'll ever get introduced to his ideas, he reflects both the ideas at one point of time. So it's not very straightforward. It's a little bit both. It's a little bit of both. So we have till this point, let's update this. We have till this point, Rama Krishna Mission, Rama Krishna Paramhansa and Swami Vivekananda. Thereafter, you have Neo Vedanta, service to people for God, and universal brotherhood or oneness. Dates are not important, Alisa, if there's a specific question which we don't get, but not important for UPSC generally. Okay. Now, will this find any issue? No issue. Great. Now we have small organizations which you generally need to know. You have the Deva Samaj. Deva Samaj. Shiv Narayan Agnihotri. Now, this is an interesting organization. Again, Shiv Narayan Agnihotri was a very active member of the Brahmo Samaj. This will start as a organization which is theistic, meaning they believed in God. But it will end up as an organization in which they will become atheists, where they will say there's no God, nothing, we need to go for morality, this and that. So, the Deva Samaj will be there, started by Shiv Narayan Agnihotri, influenced by Brahmoism. He will establish a theistic, meaning believed in God, but they later evolve into an organization which said that they denied the existence of God and rather emphasized on ethical conduct, eternity of soul, the supreme power of the Guru, and good action is something they argued. They needed to talk about social behavior, which was acceptable. Non-acceptable social behavior would be giving bribes, taking intoxicants, non-vegetarian food, no non-violence. And his compilations and his understanding are in the Deva Shastra. So there's nothing here. Deva Samaj, Shiv Narayan Agnihotri, Atheistic Society, Ethical Conduct, Deva Shastra. So 3 points are enough for it. Then comes Indian Social Conference, M.G. Ranade and Raghunath Rao, not that same Raghunath Rao. And they will meet in the sidelines of the INC sessions, which I will discuss with you later. And they will again talk about socio-economic reforms and advocate intercaste marriages and oppose polygamy. So standard theme. So you have Indian Social Conference, M.G. Ranade and Raghunath Rao met at sidelines of INC, opposed caste and encouraged widow remarriage. Thereafter, now comes, there are 2-3 very interesting personalities. First is a stalwart when it comes to Gujarati literature, which is Behramji Mirwanji Malabari. Malabari is interesting because he never was a social reformer himself, but acted like a communicating channel between the British and India or Indians. So the social reformer generally wrote volumes of poem in Gujarati language, advocated the right for women and generally against the concept of child marriage. He argued that the priests, these pandits, are misinterpreting Upanishads and Vedas, and he will even publish different articles related to it. In 1884, he will publish a set of notes called Infant Marriage and Enforced Widowhood. Then he will also circulate a lot of data and a lot of petitions to change the age of consent. So the Age of Consent Act 1891 deals with the consent of the woman within the marriage for sexual intercourse. Thereafter, acquired and edited a very interesting paper called the Indian Spectator. And he will thereafter establish what is called the Seva Sadan along with his friend Diwan Dayaram Gidumal. And this organization will work for only one thing, which is basically to make sure that women who were exploited by the society and were discarded by the society get some care. This is one person, Behramji Mervanji Malabari is one person. He's not three persons, one person. So you have the Seva Sadan, Malabari, and Giddumal. Women who had been exploited and discarded by society. Help them. What do you mean by sidelines? Meaning that the INC used to happen and they used to meet after the INC was over. Before they used to go back home, they used to meet in the sidelines. That is the irony, Sneha, that there are no women in this whole list except for one, Pandita Ramabai. That concept I will discuss with you very soon. Thereafter, you have Gopal Hari Deshmukh, very interesting personality, also called as Lokhitwadi. He is a very interesting writer. He's a very interesting writer, wherein he talks about how Hindu orthodoxy and how Hindus or Hindu Pandits were misinterpreting our religion. He talked about equality of religions generally, advocated reorganization of Indian society based on the principles of secularism and humanism, which is human values being important. If religion does not sanction social reform, then change religion. He was born as a Chitpavan Brahmin into a Maharashtra family. Pune English Medical School, Pune English Medium School he studied from. And he was a champion of social reform, wrote extensively, and that is why his pen name, Lok Hit Wadi, the one who works for the betterment of people. He had a weekly called Hitechu, thereafter periodical Gyan Prakash, Indu Prakash, Lokhitwadi. He will even write a major set of letters, hundreds of letters, called the Shatparen, written between these 2 years, 48 to 50, published in Prabhakar, a very important Marathi weekly. And these letters were to basically highlight the need for reform in Indian society generally. So here we will do what we will do is that we will not add the name but his organization. So you have Gopal Hari Deshmukh, also called Lok Hitwadi. His names of books: Hitechu, Gyan Prakash, Indu Prakash. There are lots of names. I told you before we started only that there will be names. That is the basic problem here. Now, last discussion before we move to revivalists is a very important woman, the only, unfortunately, only woman reformer, Pandita Ramabai. Pandita Ramabai Saraswati. Remember, there are two Ramabais. One is Ramabai Ranade. She is the wife of of MG Ranade. And you have Pandita Ramabai Saraswati, and she is separate. So, born into Chitpavan Brahmin family, will lose her parents at a very young age. Thereafter, even when she will get married, she will lose her husband at a very, very, very young age in that regard, and she will rather be an independent woman thereafter. She was known to recite Sanskrit scriptures, so that is why the name Ramabai Saraswati. That she was a social reformer and talked about education for women. But she was given this concept. This has been repeated twice. It was given as this title. Saraswati was given at the Calcutta University for her contribution in reading out Sanskrit scriptures by heart. She remembered each and everything by heart. Will start the Arya Mahila Samaj so as to propagate women's education and stop child marriage. And later she will also help Ramabai Ranade set up what is called the Seva Sadan and help the people. Rather, she was associated with the Seva Sadan, which was already under Malabari, and she will get associated to help the women who had been discarded and had been removed from the society. So again, last, and this ends this section. Arya Mahila Samaj, Pandita Ramabai Saraswati, Women's Education and Child Marriage. Right? Thereafter, Servants of Indian Society, Gopal Krishna Gokhale, 1905. He was the president. Now he is not talking about social reform, but rather constitutional means to make people interested in service to the nation. So it was not about religious spirit, but it was also about selfless work. He will be important in opening a lot of primary schools, hostel for tribal boys, ashram type schools, campaign against, or rather for promotion of education, sanitation, healthcare, against untouchability, alcoholism, poverty, oppression of women. He will stay away mostly from the political activities of the INC, but he was related, yes, the political guru of Gandhi in that regard. And last, Social Service League, N.M. Joshi, again a follower of Gokhale in Bombay. Thereafter, he will also talk about schools, libraries, reading schools, nurseries, cooperative societies, and it will be about making the slum dwellers, the downtrodden, come up. And he was also the one personality who was associated with the All India Trade Union. We'll discuss that, the AITUC in 1920. But their orientation is a little bit different. Their orientation is not based on social reform, but is now about national service in that regard. So there are two service-based organizations, and then we go to revivalists. So just add these two. We have Servants of India Society, Social Service League. I'll add it here only just to complete it. Servants of India Society, and the other one was what? Social Service League. Social Service League. This is Gopal Krishna Gokhale, and this is N.M. Joshi. And I think you can add the rest. Now, very simply, for a lot of you who will say so much, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And this is only one organization, only 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total, there are 15 names. I think you can remember them for the examination. So anybody who says I am not giving you more than nothing too much. And remember, this is the only area where there is quite a lot. Mind map, see, Rashmi, there is no mind map. That is, table is the mind map. Very simply, there are technically 11, but technically 15. I hope that you will be able to make very beautiful tables using your creativity, and you will, I have already made the table for 15. Now whatever comes hereafter, you will make it yourself, but I would like to see them. If you can make it, email me, no issues at all. Simple point of the matter is, make it for sure. Make it for sure. What about Jyotiba Phule? Phule goes into depressed class reform, not in this area. So don't think I've not forgot him. We will discuss everything in their place. Tables are the only efficient way to learn this, condense the data, and basically move on. What type of questions can come from this area, Mona Lisa? Very simple. Organization founder, match the following. The concept of a mains question, wherein where is not, what is the reason for the social justice reform movement that is not related to these organizations. They can ask you a question on RSM, on the concept of Ramakrishna Mission, or on Brahmo Samaj, where there is a lot of detail generally. Right? Okay. Are these notes enough? Yes, they are. Are these tables enough? Yes, they are. There is no end to this, but we have done all the 11, 12 which are important for the examination. Right? Okay. Sequence is very unlikely. Sequence is very, very unlikely. Right. Vishwajit, I will not make tables here on. So you have to make the tables after this point. Now, we've discussed the reformers. And we'll discuss this very simple, very interesting issue related to women, because one of you actually pointed out a very important concept, wherein that why is that there are no women reformers? And the unfortunate truth with regards to that was that though everybody was talking about women, but nobody wanted to make women part of this process. This is the inherent conservatism of the reform and socialist reform movement in India generally. There cannot be one basic question on any one of them. No, it's not a school. They will not ask you write a short note on the Brahmo Samaj. I will show you a question very soon. It was a mixture of two, Young Bengal movement and Brahmo Samaj, but it was three-part question. So don't think they will say write a short note on Raja Ram Mohan Roy. That is not the type of questions UPSC asks. Okay. Right, you're getting my point. Can I move on? I will talk about women's issues. Why are they no? There's a very interesting concept by Lata Mani. I will discuss that with you. But let's just do revivalist is only RS Samaj, 2-3 organizations are there only. Okay. Now, revivalists want the same thing. Everybody's ready. Can I start? I know there's a lot of questions in your mind. Make the table. Automatically, everything will be clear. Don't worry in that regard. Okay. Now, see, Bhardwaj, he is a revivalist because within the Ramakrishna mission, a lot of features was basically on Hinduism, an original form of Vedic philosophy. That is the revivalist issue. Okay, now let's talk about revivalists. Revivalists want the same thing. They also want social reform. They also want caste system gone. They also want this concept of the widow remarriage, promote the widow remarriage, oppose child marriage. So it's not that their agendas are different. Agendas are exactly the same, which is revive the religion. However, the simple point is they are called revivalists because of the revive word, and they say that all distortions in the all social evils in our society are because of distortions or anomalies or what we call later additions to it. So don't think that this is the wrong way or it's a lower way or a higher way. It's the same vis-a-vis reformists. As much as reformists were important, revivalists were also important. But the way they approach this is different. Here there is only one major body, which is Arya Samaj and Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Now, Swami Dayanand Saraswati, he is an interesting personality because at a very young age, from a very, very young age, he actually gave up his family, started to roam around with the monks and saints. He will then join what are called the Saraswati Dandis. So if you've ever been to Kumbh Mela or if you've ever been to a river or any, if you've ever known about the Sant tradition in India, you would know that there are monks, there are Dandis. So Dandi Maharaj, these are people, these are monks who move around and practice different levels of austerity, of renunciation, different types of methods. So he actually joined the Saraswati Dandis, and therein he got the name Dayananda. Dayanand Saraswati, his main concept was that we need to revive Hinduism, and his major call was go back to the Vedas. His concept was that our religion has from time to time got innovated, got added with a lot of new additions over a period of time. And therefore, we need to go back to the original true form of religion, which is the Vedic philosophy. And very simply, the concept was, Francis will, I'll answer this in the end, not right now, in the end. The concept is very simple, that he does not say, I need to reform. He says, we need to go back. And that is why he's called the revivalist. Now, further, the most important organization he will start in Bombay, which will embody his idea, which is called the Arya Samaj. The Arya Samaj agenda is going to be always be the same, which is the concept of what we call as monoism, widow remarriage, child marriage. But what actually is the legacy of Dayanand Saraswati Arya Samaj is what happens after his death, and what Lala Hansraj does is called the Dayanand Anglo-Vedic Trust and the DAV schools, which till today are considered one of the most sought after and very, very good schools for both holistic, what we call as spiritual and Western education. So the DAV schools, the DAV Trust, the Dayanand Anglo-Vedic. So Anglo-Vedic, wherein it's both a mixture of education at the Western level, plus the Vedic practices of spirituality and ethical conduct, bringing in these two things together to create a trust and a whole plethora of schools, which today are one of the biggest network of schools in that regard. Some of you may be out of DAV, but DAV still today is the living legacy of what Swami Dayanand Saraswati did. So the person who actually is related to DAV is Lala Hansraj, and if you are from Hansraj College in Delhi University, basically Hansraj College is named after him, Lala Hansraj. And whilst this was one of the wings of Arya Samaj, which was to go for schooling, educating children, there's also one problematic legacy of Swami Dayanand Saraswati and Arya Samaj, which was created by what is called the Gurukul branch of the Arya Samaj, which operated from Haridwar. And the person, Swami Shraddhanand, he was the one who read a lot of census reports coming out of the British, and he saw that the Christian missionaries were basically converting a lot of Hindus into Christians. So he was seeing a reduction, though technically not a major reduction, in the population of Hindus, and rather an increase in the Christian population. And he interpreted it as a form of Christian missionary activities conspiracy. So he rather introduced the concept, which still today is considered one of the reasons why in Punjab, Haryana, and generally the northern sector, communalistic undertones came in, which is called the Shuddhi movement. In the Shuddhi movement and Shuddhi Sabha, what used to happen was that he gave them a chance, the people who had converted to Christianity, to reconvert back to Hinduism. So the Shuddhi movement was about anybody who has left the fold of Hinduism can come back to Hinduism via the Shuddhi movement. This will create a lot of tensions. We will discuss this later vis-a-vis how the Sikh politics and the general politics was operating in the Punjab, Haryana, and as Delhi sector. But there are two basic legacies of the Arya Samaj. One, the DAV schools, which till today are considered very important. And the other, the Gurukul branch, Haridwar branch, which started the Shuddhi movement, which is considered one of the reasons for communistic undertones coming in the Indian politics and generally in the social justice reform movement section. So remember these basic things: DAV, Swami Dayanand Saraswati, Gurukul branch, Haridwar, Bombay, Arya Samaj, Shuddhi movement. These are the ones which are related to him. Let's try to read it out and let's reinforce this. So, he is born in the princely state of Morvi in Tankara. fled his home at a very early age and started to become a wandering mendicant. Mendicant basically is again a saint. He will thereafter join the Saraswati Dandis and took the name Dayanand. And he will be a disciple of Swami Vrajanand and receive education again in Vedanta, again in Upanishads. He will say that we need to purify Hinduism and revive its from its degenerate form. And basic slogan is go back to the Vedas. Thereafter, the ideological outlook is very, very simple. Rejected the Puranas, polytheism, idol worship, role of priests, pilgrimage, rituals. Did not believe in Maya, Moksha, and Niyati. Maya being the illusion which is around you, the materialism which you see. Moksha being you getting salvation, you getting mukti. Niyati meaning destiny. Thereafter, favored Western education and was the first to use the word Swaraj, which is self-rule. Thereafter, he will travel the Gujarat and Bombay sector and in 1875 establish the Arya Samaj, the noble society called the Bombay Arya Samaj. Now, tell me one thing, his ideological outlook, is it something different from what the reformists are talking about? Technically, more or less, yes, but also no. There's no such real difference. See, this is the similar concept, this is the similar concept, except for Maya, Moksha, Niyati. His basic understanding is still the clear. His basic understanding is still the same. It's based on the basic concept that we will go for reform, idol worship, polytheism, Puranas. Isn't he talking about the same things but in a different language? What I'm trying to argue here is that reformists and revivalists are not different. They all are giving the same basic arguments, but they're based on different pathways. This is a very important point I'm trying to push here, that their basic idea remains the same. So idolatry means idol worship, going to temples. That is what they're trying to say. So please understand this point. Please understand this point, that ideologically the concept is the same. It's just that their pathways are different. And this you need to understand very clearly. These two are not talking about worlds apart. Same thing. Just that their methods are different. Are we clear regards to this? How reformists and revivalists are not separate, but the same part of the same concept. Okay. Now, what was the general contribution of the Arya Samaj? It opposed caste system. It gave an frontal attack on caste untouchability, Hindu orthodoxy, encouraged intercaste marriages, widow remarriage, and all his ideas were actually embodied in a very important book called the Satyatra Prakash. The Satyatra Prakash elaborates on Swami Dayanand Saraswati's ideas, and he even fixed the age of marriage for 25 years to be there for boys, 16 years for girls. So he was talking about the same standard things, same coin, two aspects of it. Simply, these are not anything new vis-a-vis the reformist agenda which was already there. Now, after his death, the first legacy is going to be the Lahore Arya Samaj will establish in 1883 a small institution which is later going to become a school, for which Lala Hansraj in 1885 will even say that he will become the principal without taking anything as pay. And on 1st June 1886, the Dayanand Anglo-Vedic Trust and Management Society will be established, which will then operate what are called DAV schools. Within the first month itself, 550 students will join. It will then get affiliated with the Punjab University. It will have the same curriculum as government run English schools, but a very interesting aspect about it is it had no governmental support, took no money from the British, and no person involved in the faculty was an Englishman. All of them, all of them were Indians. Very simply, it gave only employment to Indians, not to Englishmen. Which in itself is a very, very interesting and important aspect. Thereafter, from 1902, the second legacy of the Arya Samaj is going to develop, which is Swami Shraddhananda. He will start to read the census reports and see a declining population of Hindus. Christian missionaries' success in converting the lower caste, lower varnas, and generally the Hindus. Thereafter, he will start what are called Arya Samaj individual reconversions, and this will in turn established by the 1896 informal concept will become formalized into Shuddhi Sabha and what we call as the Shuddhi movement. The Shuddhi movement. So when we talk about the DAV, when we talk about Arya Samaj has three things which you need to remember. First is related to DAV, second is related to Shuddhi movement, and thereafter Satyarth Prakash and Swami Dayanand Saraswati himself. Can you remember these three basic aspects? Again, nobody's asking you a specialized question, but generally the three basic aspects or legacies of Arya Samaj. Hereafter, there's one organization which is actually linked to the Arya Samaj Shuddhi movement, which is called Jat Pat Todak Mandal. So Jat Pat Todak Mandal basically is assimilating these reconverted people, and most of the members of this organization were the Shuddhi reconverts. And Bhai Paramanand worked very closely with Swami Shraddhanand to basically create an organization which could rehabilitate everybody back to where they were. Now, very simply, Jat Path Todak Mandal and Dayanand Saraswati's Arya Samaj later period will work in tandem. Satyat Prakash Hariom is nothing but the ideas of Dayanand Saraswati in a book form. Now comes Dharma Samaj. Dharma Samaj, Radhakant Dev, 1830. This was in opposition to Brahmo Samaj. So if Brahmo Samaj said east, they will say west. If Brahmo Samaj said north, he will say south. So very simply, the contribution of this Dharma Samaj is nothing but they oppose the introduction of Indian English culture. Though it supported Western education and education for women, the biggest contradiction of their existence was that when Brahmo Samaj said abolish sati, he said no, don't abolish sati. So his basic contribution is to contradict Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Radhakant Dev, and Dharma Samaj, nothing more, nothing less. So with this we basically finish what we call as women's reform and revivalism. Now you can see there are only 3 organizations in revivalists, 15 there, total 18. Can I expect you all to make 2 good tables with basic data, reform, revivalism, and basically consolidate everything we've done till this point? Yes? Perfect. So is there any issue here? Because then I'll talk about the women's concept. No issues. Very good. Now, anybody has anything which they want to get off their chest? Come on, tell me. Annie Besant will discuss Theosophical Amrit when we'll talk about Home Rule League. This is not that important. Well, Shreya, nice to see you here again. Which one is atheist? That one. Dharma, no, Deva Samaj. Deva Samaj. Dundies are not based on pilgrimages. Okay. Can I talk about the limitations of this? Learning strategy is nothing but make the tables, learn it. Nothing more. Okay. We will talk about Muslim reform, Parsi reform, all of it. Let's see how much we can cover. Now, as you would have noticed, one thing, though we are talking about women are not there. Pandita Ramabai and Ramabai Ranade, two women's basic association with any form of active participation. And this led to historians to think about this concept of what can we understand vis-a-vis women. Because then women have a very contradictory legacy with this social justice reform movement. And Lata Mani is a very important historian. She argues, and there's a very interesting line she uses. Pay attention to it. She says that women were the site of reform, but never the subject of reform. Wherein they were the ones, child marriage, widow remarriage, education. You are the site of reform, but you were never seen or you were never made a subject of reform. Wherein they were never given the role that, okay, you take the power and you reform yourself. This concept is very, very interesting. Why? Because this is happening till today. Most of the decisions taken for women are taken by men. For example, not in India, though that pronounced in that regard, in America, for example. In America today, the abolition of what we call as abortions. Abortions cannot be done legally. Every person who took a call was actually a man. When we talk about gender equality, when we talk about basically reforming women's access to education, everywhere it is the man who takes the call for the woman. And this exact same thing happened during the social justice reform movement, that women, though they were the site of reform, that she is the indicator of civilizational greatness, but she will never be given the power to change herself. She will be changed by others, but she will never be given the power to change herself. And this is the problem basically with women's reform. That this is the Lata Mani. She's a historian. This is the quote. That she is the site but not the subject. Are you getting my point? This is the major contradiction and the major limitation of these reforms, which we can see as it is when we look at what we call as women's reformers. Okay, now depressed class reforms. Now depressed classes basically refer to the lower caste, the lower varnas, who since the 1500 BCE, from Vedic period, after the Indus Valley civilization, and to be precise, since 1000 BCE, for 3,000 years they had been dominated, exploited, given the second position in society. So they were exploited, they were discriminated against, social exclusion, social exclusion, any word, untouchability, no temple entry, no access to God. You say it, and that the depressed classes faced. No access to education. This was the other side of the Hinduistic society, which did not allow a majority of people to get associated or even get any form of rights and privileges within society. And depressed classes, we will discuss two aspects. We'll discuss rather the initial period, Jyotiba Phule, Savitribai Phule. We'll discuss Sri Narayan Guru. But temple entry movement, Vaikom Satyagraha, and the concept of temple entry, we'll discuss it vis-a-vis in the CDM, civil disobedience, because here it goes out of sync. I've tried it, but it makes no sense here. So though it is there in the PPT, we'll discuss it properly when we'll talk about civil disobedience, because you don't know what civil disobedience actually is. So it makes no sense here. But here, there are 2-3 very important personalities who became pioneers of depressed class reform. The first such personality was Jyotiba Phule. And his journey is quite interesting. Studied through English education in a mission school. His life-changing moment came when he was thrown out of one of his friends' marriage because of his caste and his lower caste Varna status. Thereafter, he will extensively read Thomas Paine's book, The Right of Man or The Rights of Man, wherein he will learn the concept of equality and understand how inequality actually is spread across the Indian society. And very simply, his basic idea was that Brahmanical society excludes, and it is the priests who create the context in which they have been misinterpreting, they have been exploiting their education to exclude the majority of the society. And therefore, Jyotiba Phule in that regard will become the one who will also coin the term Dalit, wherein the broken and the ones who have been excluded from the society. And his contribution is going to be about awareness, education, and his way of social emancipation of the depressed classes was through their education generally. He said that education was the only way to go forward. So a pioneering social reformer from Western India, born into a depressed class at Pune in 1827, then schooling from the Scottish Mission High School 1847. Thereafter married Savitribai Phule, who herself became a very important women depressed class reformer, and she taught children in school, specifically girl children. And more than that, she will become a pioneering reformer for untouchable girls generally. He will read the book, condemn inequality, campaign against the pathetic situation of the lower caste and the untouchability concept itself. And he will say that the Brahmanical domination of society is the problem. Thereafter, opposed religion, caste hierarchy, exploitation, blind and misleading rituals of prevalent religious practices. And he will say that only unity, equality, and easy religious practices was the way forward. He will start a school for girls in 1851. Thereafter, a 1875 pregnant home for widows who had become pregnant in dominant caste, so the women who had been excluded from society. He will teach his wife to learn to read and write, and she herself will become Savitribai Phule, will herself become a pioneering girl education social reformer, upliftment of widows, education for women, advocated remarriage. He used the word Dalit, broken or crushed, for the first time. And he also said that it was basically this home was open for people of all caste and background. But he will argue that basically it was till we don't talk about compulsory primary education for the lower caste, we cannot or uplift them vis-a-vis the other caste itself. He will also start a very important organization called the Satya Sodhak Samaj. 1873, Society of Truth Seekers. He will use the metaphor of Raja Bali out of the Mahabharata itself. Thereafter, the Shudra and untouchable caste, he will say that we need to liberate them from the oppression. Voiced his basic concerns to the Deen Bandhu newspaper, which was the publishing wing of Satya Shodhak Samaj, and condemned caste hierarchy, privileged status of priests. So he'll condemn basically caste hierarchy and privileged status of priests. Simple logic vis-a-vis that. What is important? The years are not important. Just remember the basic terms. Satyasodhak Samaj, the concept of Dalit, Savitribai Phule, Jyotiba Phule. I taught you how to condense all of this. Jyotiba Phule, the concept of women's education, widow remarriage, compulsory primary education. So the concepts remain the same. Thereafter, from Kerala, we have Sri Narayan Guru Swami. Again, a very important personality vis-a-vis a Hindu saint, sadhu, and social reformer. Comes from a very important community, the Izava community of caste of Kerala. And in Kerala at this point of time, the lower caste based, hierarchy based model was very, very brutal in that regard. And Gurudevan, as he was called, will lead the reform movement in Kerala against casteism. But the most important, two basic things which are linked to him. Sri Narayan Dharma Pratipalana Yogam, this is the organization which he started. And he talked about establishment of educational institutions, condemned Chaturvarna. But the most important movement which is linked to him is the Aravapuram movement. Aravapuram movement is when Sri Narayan Guru will not be allowed to go for worshipping or go for basic rituals vis-a-vis the Shivratri, where he will not be allowed to enter the Shiva temple itself. He will install a Shivalingam in Avarapuram in Kerala in an effort to show that nobody has a monopoly over God. So he said that we all live here in brotherhood. There is no caste, no race, no hatred. The concept is that he will become the base on which later the temple entry movement will start, and we will discuss it. Separately. Temple entry movement is related to E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar or Periyar. But as of right now, you have to remember two basic names. One being Jyotiba Phule, Savitribai Phule, and second being Sri Narayan Guru and Avirapuram movement. Four names you can remember, basically simple. Because I will do temple entry, the Viacom Satyagraha and all when we will discuss CDM. Because here it will not make sense. Whenever I'll say Gandhi, it's out of sync. And whenever I'll say civil disobedience, you have no idea what it means. So this discussion with regards to E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar, the discussion with regards to that Viacom Satyagraha separately. Yes? Any issues till this point? And Dr. Ambedkar we will do in the end, once we have covered the basic national movement also. So we will discuss Dr. Ambedkar also, we'll discuss Ramaswamy Naikar, and we'll also discuss Vaikom Satyagraha, temple entry movement. Okay. So reform is done, revival is done, the concept of depressed class is done. Alive till this point? Any issue, anybody? No issue? Okay. Now we change the religions. We have to go into Parsi, then Muslim reform, and then Sikh reform. So Hinduism is done. So many names I know. Put them into a table. Learn one each day. If you will learn it for 365 days, you will remember all of them. Don't worry. I know there are a lot of names that I've told you. Have to take the pain here to gain what we have to gain. So we can't do anything about this generally. Okay. Now comes the Parsi reform. And fortunately for us, it is only one organization. So Parsis basically are Zoroastrian religion, come from the Central Asian sector. Totally new religion itself, and one of the most towering figures in Indian history, Dadabhai Naoroji, was a Parsi. And the organization is called the Rehnuman Mazyadan Sabha, or the Religious Reform Association. Don't have to remember it. RMS, remember it. Remember Rehnuman, as soon as you see it, it is Parsi. Very different, important organization for the Parsis generally. Important people associated with it: Naroji, Furunji, Sarabji, Shapurji, Bengali, K.N. Kama, and Dadabhai Naroji. What did they talk about? They wanted to reform the Zoroastrian religion, Parsi Law Association, because they wanted to give legal status to women and uniform laws of inheritance and marriage within Parsi. So it was again women reform. The only thing where you need to remember here is Dadabhai Naroji, Rehnuman Mazyadan Sabha, and their newspaper called Rush Goftar. The Rush Goftar paper was used to spread the message of the Parsi reform. This Anglo-Gujarati newspaper was edited by Naroji and Kama himself, campaigned against the orthodoxy within the religion, and they will talk about education of women, marriage, social position. So standard concept, only one organization, fortunately from the Parsis. Any issue here? Rush Goftar, Dadabhai Naroji, and the concept of Parsi reform vis-a-vis this organization. Easy, nothing more, nothing complicated here. Okay. Zoroastrian is not one of the forms of Christianity. No. Christianity is a separate religion. Zoroastrianism is different religion. Parsis are not part of Christianity. Okay. Now comes Muslim reform movement. Here we have one reformist, Aligarh movement, and then we have three revivalists: Deoband, Wahhabi, Ahmadiyya, and Titu Mir. Four, basically, five total. So, what is the concept of Muslim reform? See, when we talk about Muslim reform was very late, wherein vis-a-vis first interaction with the critique of Indian society, the first interaction of the British with this religion, Western influence generally, Hinduism was quick to respond. Vis-a-vis Sati, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, very quick to respond. The first reaction rather of the Muslim community was to close itself, and it is only going to be Sir Syed Ahmad Khan who's going to actually open it for reform. So the Muslim reform movement does not start before 1860s itself. So we have organizations since 1819, 1820. For 40 years, the basic reaction is going to be resist change vis-a-vis how the British wanted to change the society itself. Now, as I said, there are three basic one very, very important personality and one reformist, which is Sir Syed Ahmad Khan and his Aligarh movement. So, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan basically and his Aligarh movement, which was started as a response to how Islam needed to change in India, his basic idea was only one thing, which is education. Education is the only way to go forward, and it was the only way to take Islam in India forward. So, started Aligarh movement. Modern scientific thought should be reconciled by, and that was his whole endeavor to reconcile it with Islam. This he did for the first time by declaring that the Quran alone was the authoritative text and there was no other text which was important. However, he argued that Muslim women should be given political and economic rights. He's a reformist. As you will see, he's a reformist. He will set up the Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College in 1875, which is today now called Aligarh Muslim University. AMU basically was established in 1875 by Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. But what is more important is that his followers today are going to be called the Aligarh School or the Aligarh Movement. Don't have to remember the name of his followers. He will propagate his ideas via the magazine called Tehzeeb ul Akhlaq, and he will oppose Parda, polygamy, easy divorce, the concept of Muslims only going forward if they were educated. And that is the basic point. Modern education can only reform Islam itself. But he will also talk about loyalism towards the British. This was the major problem in the Aligarh movement, that it was pro-British. And I will tell you why it was pro-British once I will teach you 1857. Because generally in the mind of the British, 1857 was considered a Muslim conspiracy, which it wasn't. Because Bahadur Shah Zafar was involved, they said that it's a Muslim conspiracy. It wasn't. But the problem was that the Britishers took the Muslim community in the wrong way. Therefore, he tried to change that by being loyalists. So we'll talk about this issue again when we'll talk about 1857, that how Sir Syed Ahmad Khan played a very important role in making the British become pro-Muslim, or rather at least change their opinion towards the Muslim, that they are not fully anti-British. So it's a very interesting way in which they interact, and the first interaction of the British itself with this community was not good. So we'll talk about that. So what you need to remember: Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh School, Aligarh Movement, Tehzeeb ul Akhlaq, the paper, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. What is the way Islam goes forward in India? Come on. What is the way Islam goes forward in India? Education. Great. So if you can remember this point, your work is done. Thereafter, one of the greatest poets of modern India in that regard, Muhammad Iqbal, he is again a very contradictory personality, much like Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, because Sir Syed Ahmad Khan initially was pro-British, but he will become pro-British anti-Congress. And with the Iqbal, he will create the concept of the Muslim separate understanding vis-a-vis separate interest and communalism. So modern India, important poet. Why are we discussing him? Because Iqbal in that regard played an important role in creating a certain sense of understanding within this community. So his poetry influenced philosophically and religiously a young generation of Muslims as well as Hindus. Like Vivekanand emphasized on need on constant change, ceaseless activity. You should not be contented. You need to go forward. And he's a humanist, talks about human rights. But I've given you his name because from time to time you will find his name somewhere sprinkled. Iqbal is not linked to reformist or revivalist. It's just that he's related to the Aligarh movement. He's related to the Aligarh movement. A very important poet. He's not a reformist or revivalist, but he's generally an important thinker within Muslim reform agenda. Shruti, clear? So he's not there, he's not here, is in between. Okay. One organization is there which is reformist, which is Aligarh movement. Now come the revivalists. So what did Iqbal say? Status of prime virtue should be human action. Again, like Vivekanand, karma. Man should not submit to nature or its power, should control his own activities. Nothing is more sinful in the eyes of passive acceptance of things, so you should actively change it. Condemn ritualism, asceticism, argued meant for work. So he's again like like Vivekanand, very, very important personality, because he talks about how action can change the world and that action should be done. Now come the Wahhabi, Deoband and Ahmadiyya. Now Wahhabi, or what is called Waliullah movement, it's a very interesting concept. See, they are pure revivalists. They believe that the original Islam should be brought back. All Islamic practices over the years has got distorted because of innovations and changes. But imagine, who do they blame for distortion of Muslim religion or of Islam? Guess. Guess who they blame for all of these things? Very good, Pravasni. The British. The British. And literally, the Wahhabi movement will go after the British one after the other. So in 1857, they played a very important role in creating anti-British element. In 1857, they played a very important role. In 1870, the sedition law in India was actually introduced for them, because through each of their different newspapers, their different platforms, they were arguing British are useless. They are the ones who destroyed everything. They literally were enticing so much hatred against the English that the English had to come up with the concept of sedition for them. Because before the Wahhabi movement, there was no concept of sedition. Sedition as a law in India was related to the Wahhabis. Because the Wahhabis used to write like anything about how we should literally cut the Britishers and throw them in the river. This is the level of hatred which they wanted to create against the British. So if somebody has to be given credit for the sedition law, it is them. So first movement against the ideas of Western education, wanted to purify Islam and Islamic practices, started in Arabia vis-a-vis Abdul Wahab, that is why the Wahhabi, but in India it was rather Shah Waliullah Dehlvi who was the one who became the proponent of it. But the most popular personality related to the Wahhabi movement is Sayyid Ahmad Behrlvi. And after the British annexed Punjab, their struggle was directed towards the British. In the revolt of 1857, they spread anti-British sentiment. Thereafter, they also started to suppress the British vis-a-vis their armed men and armed wing itself. And in 1870, the term sedition was added to the IPC to outlaw speech that attempted to excite dissatisfaction, disaffection towards the government established by law in India. Thus, this movement starts the sedition movement itself, or the sedition law in India. Sedition means that whenever you try to entice or excite disaffection and dissatisfaction towards the government which is established by law in India, we either, now the interpretation has changed vis-a-vis it's about enticing violence, but it was right now about writing about any anti-British activity or anti-British sentiment was seen as sedition. So Kajal, very simply, sedition law in India, this is very important for you vis-a-vis your preparation for polity, that sedition law in India was actually linked to The Wahhabis. Clear, everyone? If they ask you which important personality or which important movement created the need for the sedition law in India, it was them. Thereafter, a offshoot of the Wahhabi movement is called the T2 Mir movement. So you have Mir Nihar Ali, also called as T2 Mir, who will adopt Wahhabism and advocate Sharia, which is the holy law of Islam itself. But he will rather use it as a peasant movement in Bengal, wherein the Muslim peasants of Bengal will go against their Hindu landlords and British indigo planters. He'll be later killed. But before I go forward here, I want to ask you a very simple question. When we talk about this peasant agitation, is it actually between Hindu and Muslim, or a peasant or a landlord? It's a peasant versus landlord issue. This is the one point which I'm going to start to develop with you as I go forward once we are done with these two modules, which is generally a headache, which is the fact that it's a class war, not a communal war. It's not, it's the irony or the coincidence is that the peasants were Muslim and the Hindus were landlords, but it's rather not this which matters, but what this matters. It was rather the peasant fighting the landlord and not Hindu fighting the Muslim or the Muslim fighting the Hindu. Please understand this very simple point, because this is what the British used to do. Objective was peasant movement, but the peasant movement was coincidentally peasant versus landlord, but there was a communal undertone which the British gave it later, that it's a Muslim versus Hindu issue. However, T2 Mir had nothing to do with regards to communalism. So when he will be killed in 1831, what the British will do is they'll create an image that it was a communal movement and not a peasant versus landlord movement. It's a social war, not a religious war. And this is a concept which I will introduce you by Wednesday. Once I start 1857, I will start to discuss this concept of how communalism will rise, who is Jinnah, the concept of forced, rather what we call as engineered communism in India, the two communities. We'll discuss all of these things as we go on. Now, Farizi and Ahmadiyya, two are left. Farizi movement, founder is Haji Sharitullah of Faridpur rather. And again, make a table, add it, end of story. Began as a peasant movement directed against landlords and British oppressors. Later, Dudu Mian, who is the son of the founder itself, he will make it into a religious sect, and he will talk about egalitarian ideology. All men are equal, all land belongs to God, and no one has the right to levy tax. He took it upon himself to drive away the British from Bengal. So again, starts as a religious movement, becomes a movement against the Britishers and class warfare. The Devband, they are considered the successors of Wahhabis. When Wahhabis got suppressed, Devband became very important. Also called Darul Ulm Devband. They started by an orthodox section of Muslim ulemas, revivalists, because they wanted two things: pure teachings of Quran, Hadith amongst Muslims, keeping alive the spirit of struggle against the British. So they, again, like Wahhabis, argue that all changes were because of, in a way, yes, was because of the British. So they also target the British. 1866, Devband School will be found in Saharanpur by Muhammad Qasim Nanotwi. Curriculum will include original Islamic religion, shut out all English education, Western education. Aim was religious, moral regeneration of the Muslim community. And Devband still today are, ulemas are nothing but pandits of Islam. Religion and moral, till today, Devband remains a very relevant and very, very active movement within Islam generally. Last but not the least is Ahmadiyya. Ahmadiyya movement, you have Punjab towards the late 19th century, started by Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, town in Punjab. Again, he said that he was the next prophet itself. That you had Prophet Muhammad, he said, I am the next prophet who is going to take out Muslim religion out of this degenerated state and establish a new Islam itself. But this movement will never catch on because he's technically talking about too many big things in that regard. So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad stated that all major religions were propounded by God Himself. God's plan was to establish Islam as the most complete and final religion, and that is why He is here. But before I go to Sikh, please understand one thing: Hindu, Parsi, Muslim. Let's revise. I'll take 2 minutes here. Let's revise. Till this point, I know most of you are in the fainting state. I know it is heavy. I know it is like that. You just have to very simply make the table, and trust me, everything will start to make sense to you. It's not difficult, it's just that it's a lot. Same is going to happen tomorrow when I'll talk about peasant and tribal. These two modules are like this. Students tend to leave modern India because of them. So don't do that. Now, very simply, first, you have reformist, Hindu reformists, Brahmo Samaj, Adi Brahmo Samaj, Sadharan Brahmo Samaj, Brahmo Samaj of India, Atmiya Sabha, separate. Thereafter, Derozio, Young Bengal. Thereafter, we have the concept of Pandita Ramabai. You have Malabari. You have Swami Vivekanand, Ramakrishna Mission. Then smaller Servants of India Society, Social Service League, the Seva Sadan, the Dharma Samaj, and not the Dharma Samaj, the Deva Samaj, simple. Pratna Samaj, standard. Then we move to revivalists, Arya Samaj, Jat Pat Todakmal, Dharma Samaj. 3. Then we move to Parsi. 1, that's Rash Goftar and that organization Rehnuman. Muslim. 1, Aligarh movement. Thereafter, Wahhabi, Farizi, the Titu Mir movement, the Deoband, and the Ahmadiyya. This is what we've done. If you look at it, it's only 25. It's not difficult. It's not a lot, but it's just that it becomes a lot of information. If you will look at it, total 30, 35, not even 35, already 25, 30 list it will become. 30, if done one every day, you can repeat for 12 times before you go into the examination. So you don't have to complicate it, but I hope you're getting the point of the discussion, wherein we understand the larger concept of how to condense this information and how there are multiple social justice reform movements which are happening. Yes, you just have to sit with it today. If you are able to make it, trust me, it will make sense. It will make sense. Okay? Now, I'll take this 10 minutes and finish this pain rather than taking it to tomorrow. Francis, I will take your question once I've stopped the discussion. You put the question again when I'll reach there. Right? If you remember at least 5 to 6 points, it is okay, Rashmi. It is more than perfect. Great. Thank you. Perfect. Okay. Now, Sikh movement. Let's just finish this here so that we can discuss tribal and peasant tomorrow. Sikh movement, again, 3 movements are here: Nirankari, Namdhari, Singh Sabha, and last is called the Akali movement. So the Sikh community in itself has its Guru Granth Sahib. It's a separate religion altogether. We already know that. We have the Khalsa, which protects it. We talked about Ranjit Singh. So Baba Dayal Das will actually emerge as a contemporary to Ranjit Singh, and his followers will condemn the actions of what we call as human gurus and worship of tombs and graves. Basically, the Nirankaris, as they're called, one formless God, till today they survive. Nirankaris actually argue that the worship of idols of human gurus, or even the first 10 gurus, if anybody is actually worshipping them, they condemn that basically rituals related to the 10 gurus should not be done, and the concept of Nirankari comes out of that. Nirankari means no form. Nirankari. And the most important contribution of Baba Dayal Das is basically the way Sikhs marry today, which is called Anand Karat, a joyous deed. It is a very simplified way of performing marriage, which happens in front of the Guru Granth Sahib, and the priest sings 4 relevant hymns out of the book, which in turn completes the marriage. Because marriage ceremonies in India are extremely elaborate, and it was elaborate in the Sikh community also. Nirankaris, which actually operate from Delhi itself, will change that they change that orientation, and the Anant Karat will become the standard practice. A lot of you would know, if you're from the community, you would know a very simple wedding happens in front of the Guru Granth Sahib itself. That concept was introduced by the Nirankaris and made popular by Baba Dayal Das initially. Thereafter, you have the Namdharis, or what is called the Kuka. This was in the news also. The Kuka movement related to Bhagavad Bhagat Jawaharmal and Baba Balak Singh. They are called Kuka because when they are in ecstasy, when they're very happy, they have a very strong call, which is called the Kukkan, the Shirk, the Kukkan. That is why they call Kuka. And under Baba Ram Singh, they will start to become the proper social religious reform movement within Sikhism itself, attack all social evils, female infanticide, early marriage, barter of daughters in marriage. And he will make these simple and inexpensive Anand marriages very, very popular, and has now become a staple within the Sikh community generally. Thereafter comes the Singh Sabha movement. The Singh Sabha movement in 1873 rather is linked to how Sikhs started to realize that we have lost out to the British because we have not evolved ourselves. So because of the Sikh empire getting disintegrated, the Khalsa losing its prestige, they believe that the Sikh community can only go forward when they start to get education. So it was their lack of education which cost them the Anglo-Sikh wars, and therefore the prestige of the community itself generally. Thereafter, the twofold objectives were very simple. Sikh community should benefit the Western enlightenment and modern education, should take the benefits of that. And also, second and most important is that they wanted to also oppose how the Sikhs were getting converted by the Christian missionaries, and how the Arya Samaj was either using the Shuddhi movement, the Aligarh movement, the Ahmadiyya movement, and Brahmo Samaj, all were attacking the Singh Sabha or the Sikh community for their rituals and their practices, and they wanted to oppose it generally. Last but not the least is called the Akali movement. And this is the last discussion we have today. The Akali movement is actually linked to the concept of Gurdwaras. So you would know that Gurdwaras are very important institutions within the Sikh community. But they were actually controlled by what are called the Udasi Mahants. These are a very specific type of Mahants who were pro-British, enjoyed a lot of government patronage, but they were also leading to the degeneration of the Gurdwaras. Very corrupt they were becoming. So the Singh Sabha, the Aligarh, the Akali movement, which is Gurdwara reform movement, was an offshoot of the Singh Sabha movement, wherein they wanted the British to intervene and systematize the Gurdwara organization. And the basic concept was that they went for a non-violent, non-cooperation satyagraha, rather coming from what they had learned from Gandhi in that regard. And the most important result of this till today, which we see, is that the Sikh Gurdwaras Act of 1922 and then 1925 was passed. And till today, the Shrimani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee, the SGPC, till today is the apex body which controls all Gurdwaras and don't allow them to become a power center in themselves. And therefore, the Most important, Akali movement is related to Gurdwara reform in that regard, so that an apex body could operate and make sure that these Udasi Mahants were gone. So with this, our Sikh discussion is also done, and our discussion with regards to social justice reform is done. Politicization means to convert. Sir, after INA trials, do soldiers have never adopted Indian? No, 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 Francis, no. Okay. First and foremost thing, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for understanding that this is not history. And thank you for also being here till the end. A lot of you have shown a lot of courage, and this pain will help you in gaining what you have to gain. Just make the tables. If you want, you can send it to me through email. I'll be happy to see them, and I'll see what you've done with it. Do not, do not complicate this area. This is not history. I don't like it. How will you like it? That's the basic point. The simple point of the matter is, it's all name this, name that, this, that. But I have tried to give you a set of 30 to 40, whatever facts I've given you. This is more than enough to actually do any question. Very simply, very simply, make the table, learn each one day, and you will never forget. As it is, there is no end to it. Right? Previous year question, there is nothing from this area only. This is the problem. The three areas which we are discussing: expansion, social justice reform, peasant tribal. There are actually no major questions which come from this area. But I can't go to 1857 without it. So tomorrow, see, my job is always to make your job simple. I've given you the method. I hope that is making sense to you. I can't teach you something beyond here because we don't have to go into that much detail. That will become optional level. So my basic task is to cover everything for you and tell you what to do with that information. So I will see you tomorrow again with peasant and tribal. That is the last moment of pain for you. So 2 days, major injections called, first, this social justice reform, second, the concept of tribal and peasant. Thereafter, I promise to you, no pain. Very interesting story with regards to 1857 and our national movement. There I will make sure that you don't have to go overboard and it will not become this heavy. So extremely sorry, can't help it, but this is the way it is. Thank you. Take care. Bye bye. Have a very, very productive day. See you tomorrow, same time. Thank you. Bye bye.